Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody is doing tonight? I am your host, Abe Cias. For those who follow me on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, and those who follow my show TikToks under Abe Cias. How's everybody doing this evening? Tonight, I have a open mic uh, for whoever wants to join into the lobby. I can always add you if you want to share your experience and story. I know last night, a couple of the members, they wanted to share their experience of what they've seen or what they experienced. Uh, some of the comments I've seen some people that experienced uh, is uh, DDN, what I call the DDN. Some witness shadow figures, some witness succubus and incubus, and some, they talk about generational curses. So that's why I'm here. I'm here tonight uh, to see who wants to share their stories. Tonight, this what is about. Is any anybody is welcome from the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters to jump in here, go side to side with me, and share your experiences of what you've been going through. And I know there's a lot of people that is going through a lot of things right now because the veil is being lifted. How you doing, cousin Jesse Carvajal? So this goes to anybody that's here, a member of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I have a mic open. So if anybody, I'm thinking there's one things that I'm going to do from now on. I can go with the flow with what I speak of, or if somebody wants to jump on, that's a member and that is trustworthy here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You can come on live with me here tonight. Yeah, I'm thinking about leaving it on all the time. So like that, if somebody does want to join and share their experience and the story of what they're going through, we could either listen to your story. We could even pray for what you're going through. This is my group, but it's also your group, and I want it make it so people can feel like they're at home. And we're talking here as brothers and sisters in Christ. And I'm thinking about doing that from now on is leaving it open. If somebody wants to jump on and share a story, share what they're going through, you're more than welcome to ask me, and I'll send you a request and add you. I think in order for me able to do something like that, you would have to be a member of on my friends list in order for me to be able to put you on here as a guest. Normally, I'll contact you through Messenger uh, if you want to join and speak for whoever. I know yesterday there was a lot of people saying that they wanted to be a guest here, so it's gonna be one of those things where whoever wants to join and be a guest, you got to let me know. Whoever's on my friends list, that's why I've been telling people, hey, send me a request. You want to be a guest on my show? Let me know. Send you. We'll make it happen. Now we can make it happen for anybody. Whoever wants to come on live with me, share their story of what they're going through, what they've experienced. You're more than welcome. But I'll keep it like that. You know. So this is going to be, think here from now on spiritual encrypted encounters. Is I'll share if nobody decides not to uh, come on or try to do a live with me, that's fine too. I can go with it, but I'm leaving it open to anybody, whoever. If anybody has something to say, what they're going through, what they've experienced, You're more welcome to be my guest here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How you doing, Mickey G? Well, that's good, cousin. That you have fun. We kind of like stayed a little bit late, but that's what happens when the conversation is good and you're speaking of stuff, and there was a lot of things that, yeah, we didn't speak of, that sometimes when you're speaking about something, uh you have, so many experiences that you want to put it out there, but you want to keep the conversation going, uh with the guest and with the viewership, or the people that are viewing, trying to answer the questions that they're saying. I did not go to sleep till 3:30 this afternoon, and I woke up at 7:30. So I took me a power nap, as you call it in the military, and I'm here to do the live. I was going to start it off earlier, but I said, you know what, I'm going to wait till like around 11:30, 12 o'clock to do this live. Uh, I don't know if you're hearing me loud and clear. If you're hearing me loud and clear, give me a thumbs up. As for me, I woke up, I ate, got my workout done for the day, and I was just waiting to do this live here. Alrighty. So here we go. I hope people read what it's about tonight. Open mic night, where people can sound off. People can share their experiences of what they've been through, what they're going through, of things that they remember. It's about sharing is caring. Your experience matter. They matter because somebody might be going through what you've been through, and that's why they matter. Uh, so I'm going to leave it open to see whoever would like to join. If you like to join here, whoever's here, you can send I think you can send something so I can add you on here also. Is that right, cousin Jesse? That's how you did it yesterday, didn't you? Or did you just get on the link? How you doing, Jake? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I did a little short reel of the works that I've been doing over the years. Different pictures from different time frames. Nope. The short reel I created. I could have placed more pictures, but when you do a short reel, I think you can only do it for like about a minute. So some other pictures that I had on there didn't make it on there, but uh, when I will go investigate at nighttime, when I go investigate at nighttime, I will be out there by myself. Just like when I go investigate in the day, I'll be out there by myself. Uh, Literally boots on the ground, not driving around in a vehicle. I walk to the areas that I will go to at nighttime, through the woods, through the paths, through the creeks, whether there would be snakes or whatever was out there, I'll still do it. I was on a mission. When you're focused and you're on a mission, you just go do it. And that's what I would do. That's why some of the pictures that I have are at nighttime. Uh, Me being prior military, I would train uh, day and night and all weather, all terrain. It didn't matter. You know, Thank you, Jake. She's not talking about the military. Let me see. I can get a little bit more viewers here. Uh, I got some stories from the military that I really haven't said. I mean, I might have said them since I've said so many stories, but things that I remember when I served in the military, certain things are events that would happen when we'd be out there training. And what I mean by that is supernatural things, things out of the unseen, things that your equipment cannot identify. Even though you might see some movement, uh, you're able to see a shadow form, but you're not able to see what it is because it has no heat signature. Imagine that. Imagine you're training you're training in the military, United States Army, and and you're out there training in the military, and you see a shadow figure move. So you think it's a federal soldier because you set up an alpha alpha when you're in the military, right? And like we were tankers, so we said a perimeter of either a line of the tanks or a circle of tanks. We were set up a circle of tanks, kind of like back in the days, the Cowboys and Indian days. We set up like a wagon circle, right? So that's how we set up our alpha alphas, and it's like we had to rotate through pulling guard, right? So certain tanks at guard at a certain time because people are trying to get some sleep. So you would do the night shift. So it's like maybe every tank had like an hour, 30 minutes, right? Every 30 minutes, a tank would pull guard, or it depends how they wanted to do it. An hour, sometimes you had an hour guard. So when you're putting the guard perimeter, you have to walk around to check up on everybody, make sure everybody's okay around the tank and stuff like that. And you have your night vision goggles. Like I said, those times when I'll be walking because I could see the tanks. Most of the tanks uh, have chem lights, which the chem lights are the one you break. Uh, they normally had the color green chem light. A green chem light sends you green to green. That means that you're not locked and loaded. The color red chem light would stand for uh, that you're Redcon 1, that you're locked and loaded. So the chem lights we use at nighttime. Sometimes we had it clear. There was a we use like a yellow chem light that stands with where we have nothing. Where you're not even green to green. Green to green is like you're ready, but you're not lock and loaded. Redcon 1 is when you're lock and loaded. So there's different chem lights we use when we're out in the field, such as the flashlights that sometimes that we had here. We put different lenses because we're supposed to be when you cross the cattle guards on Fort Hood. It's like you have to wear your Kevlar, and any mission you do out there at nighttime, it has to be blackout. Blackout means no light. So we have blackout markers that has like a little lens in there that we can still turn on we still have the lights on, but it's in blackout mode. Nobody can see it because but we could see it through our night vision, right? We could see through our night vision. How you doing, Sister Delana? So, I was pulling guard this time. I was, uh, man, I don't know how many times, I've always been able to see spiritually. Imagine the tanks, how they're set up. Maybe uh, each tank has probably like 20 feet in between them, but it's a big circle perimeter. So we have to walk our patrol, around the perimeter. And there was times that I would witness like something moving, like a shadow moving. or a shadow near near a tank. So I thought it was somebody from the tank, right? So I put on my night vision to see, but then I don't see nothing. There's no heat or nothing like that. Normally, anything that's hot that has energy or it's alive is going to have a heat signature. Well, some of these things that I will see out there had no heat signature, which means that is a what do you call it? Either something in cloak or just a shadow figure, a shadow being that cannot produce energy because it's not alive. But I was able to see some tall figures out there on Fort Hood itself. Sometimes you could hear uh, when you're patrolling, you could hear somebody speaking like further out from the alpha that you're set up in. Of course, different sounds of animals that are out there. Sometimes you hear the wildcats fighting against each other, or the cougars that are out there. Cougars, what they and it's kind of scary, right? Because the cougars, they're always looking out to hunt for something or eat something at nighttime. So that's one thing, I always like carrying a pick handle with me because just in case an animal try to attack me. I've run into a lot of things out there. Sometimes I run into rattlesnakes, water moccasins, rat snakes, uh, wildcats, cougars, uh, wild boars, coyotes, wild dogs, cows, horses. You see everything out there when you're a tanker and you're out there in the field. You get to see all the wildlife for what it is. Uh, uh, yes, I had a lot of experiences when I was in the military. There was one time where I was already a sergeant and I just felt like it was a weekend. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna let the soldiers that are pulling guard. I want them to go enjoy the weekend. So I sent everybody to the rear. And I stayed out there with all the tanks, guarding the tank. I said, don't worry about it. I'm good. I'll guard the tanks. So I'm out there and I'm set up in my tank, right? And we're all set up underneath trees. But we're all in the line side by side. We're sitting there, and I'm just there, just relaxing, because I like Mother Nature. So I'm just there relaxing, sensing the energy and the sounds of Mother Nature. The crickets and sometimes birds. Sometimes you hear owls and stuff like that. But this evening, so I was sitting on top of my tank. It was like around 11:30 at night. I'm just there. I had opened up an MRE and I was eating an MRE, snacking on it. Uh, so as I was snacking on it, I hear some commotion. This commotion, because the trees were pretty tall where we're set up, they were coming from on top of the trees. So I'm like, I'm just hearing branches, like noise on top of the branches, like a lot of noise, and next thing you know, you hear this growling sounds. And to me, I think it was cougars. They're jumping on top of the trees, right? They're jumping from tree to tree and they're fighting each other. And I see the movement on top of me, like I could see bodies where they're fighting each other. And I said to myself, I wonder what they're fighting for. And then I like, oh shoot, like a light bulb just came up, and like they're fighting for me because I'm there by myself, right? So freaking, I just jumped in the tank and closed the hash and stayed inside the tank for the rest of the duration of the night because I didn't want to deal with no cougars trying to hunt for me. That's what people don't understand. This cougars when they kill something, right? When they kill something, a deer, a goat, or any kind of animal, they take it up the trees to the highest trees. They take them up there, and so other predators won't be able to feed on them, right? Because if they leave the carcass on the ground, all the other critters are going to come and try to eat. The coyotes are going to try to come and eat, and other wild animals that are out there are going to try to come and eat. So that's why they climb it to the highest trees. And maybe they were fighting because there might have been food up on the trees that they might have killed a deer or something and carried it up the tree. So just because you might see a dead carcass on top of a tree doesn't mean that a Bigfoot did it. It doesn't mean a dogman did it. That's the natural predators are already out there that are here alive in the flesh that can do that. That's what cougars do. I believe there was a lot of people posting about cattle that was missing pieces of meat on them here in Texas, right? Like about 2, 3 months ago. Well, guess what was doing that? Cougars. They killed the cougar that was doing that. It was a cougar taking chunks of meat of the cowhides of the cattle. So yes, oh yeah, there's a lot of insects out there. You got chiggers. Chiggers are in high grass. Those are the worst because they're red and they go into your skin. The only way you can get rid of the chiggers is when you come out of the field and you have to fill up your tub with hot water, put some Clorox in it and some alcohol, and sink your body in there. That's the only thing that can kill the chiggers. Uh, the chiggers are they'll feed on your blood. You know, they're like it's a parasite. Uh, of course, some mosquitoes are pretty vicious. So, when people say about there's no vampire, yeah, there's vampires. You got the chiggers that suck on your blood. You got mosquitoes that suck on your blood too, and there's on the trees. There's some little bug that can cause Lyme disease if they get into your skin. Uh, and for those who don't know, there is a micro being that they people call it the shapeshifter, but it's called a shapeshifter because it can change forms, and it's called the amoeba. And the amoeba is in water that's dormant, where there's nothing circulating in the water. There's no movement in the water. There hasn't been a rain. That's when the amoeba shows up. And if the amoeba goes through your nostril, it can go to your brain, it can kill you. So that's one of the reasons that I do not like going swimming at the lakes. Of course, besides other things that are in the lake, alligators and whatever else is in there, snakes, water moccasins, but amoebas. If something, at least if a water moccasin bites you, you're able to get it off of you, or not unless you run into a nest of them, then you're screwed. But if an amoeba goes into your nostrils, into your brain, it can kill you. There's you look it up, amoeba, Amoeba. They call it the shapeshifter. It can shapeshift into different forms. Yes, uh, I would always be careful when I would be out there in the field. I would be careful to where I stepped on because there's high grass. The grass was normally above our waist because we'd be out there in the woods in the boonies. Of course, when you're out there training, there's nobody's out there that's going to cut the grass out there. So it's just you know the bushes. You're out there and you're training, so you have to be careful with the rattlesnakes. or anything else that's on the ground. So you really have to be alert of your surroundings when you're out there. Of course, there's spiders, all kinds of spiders that you run into too. Scorpions out there, you name it, it's out there. Yeah, a lot of ticks out there also. Whatever you can think of, it's out there, and we train in that area, in the woods, uh, in the cold weather where there's ice, in the mud, in floods, uh, in the desert. Well, it's hot as hell out there through the sandstorms. If we're on a mission, we have to accomplish the mission regardless of the conditions of what's happening around us. It could be a tornado happening out there, and we still gotta do our training, maneuver around it or maneuver right through it. Yeah, you know, and of course, there's a lot of other things that are out there, especially like in locations where when you have to go overseas and guard like borders and stuff like that. There's other things that are out there. For example, areas where you set up your alphas. It could be an area where it's contaminated, and what I mean by that is an area where maybe in the past a chemical got dropped there. For example, a blood agent or a nerve agent, mustard agent chemical. So if you go to this alphas, one of the things that you're going to find is dead animals. So if you see a lot of dead animals, dead birds, that's already letting you know that the area is contaminated and to be careful because there's chemicals there, right? I've been in one of those areas, but there wasn't just chemicals there. There was ordnance that hadn't exploded underneath the sand. I remember sitting down on the cot in the company they had a company tent set up in the center of the Alpha when I was 95 when I went back out there to guard the Iraqi Kuwaiti borders against at the Kuwaiti Iraqi border. I was sitting in the cot and the ordnance guys came in and they had the machine. When it went up to me, started beeping all crazy, and they tell me you need to get up very slowly and just move very slowly. Don't freak out. And we're just going off and off and off. They cleared everybody out of the tent. They had to bring a big 16 wheeler, a trailer, because what was underneath the cot was a bomb. It was a big old black bomb. They had got dropped, I guess, by the Air Force. They hadn't exploded yet, so it was huge. That's all I know. And I was sitting right underneath it, so anything could have set it off. I just thank God that it didn't go off while I was on the cot. So people just don't understand uh, what soldiers have to go through. So it's kind of like you really have to be careful when you're out there because you don't know what you're going to run into. When they took that bomb, it was huge. They put it on the back of a big old 18 wheeler. They strapped that up and they took it. It was massive. It was one of those Air Force bombs, black one that hadn't gone off. Uh, well, I always see I seen people. I seen an old man celebrating a birthday of 188 years old, and he was dancing. Uh, I don't think you should think of it that way. I think you should just think of it as to be blessed, to be amongst the living, right? To be blessed. If you do get that far in age that you're blessed in some kind of way that you did something right in your life, that you're blessed to live that long. You know, uh, people in the from the Bible lived a lot more years than that. You know, when I guess the earth was different and they lived differently because everything was more pure. The air was more pure. It wasn't polluted. We have a lot of things that are polluted right now. The air, the water, the food, a lot of pollution that you could say, kind of like the COVID, right? The COVID shot that people were taking. What do you think that was about? Do you really think that was because there was a virus that was man-made that was affected that came out from somewhere in China? No, that was man-made to take out depopulize the people. So it wasn't the coronavirus that was doing the depopulation. It was the hospitals where we're going to go take the shots. You know, some people they died after taking the shots. Some people got died in the nursing homes. A lot of elderly got their life shortened in the nursing homes. But it's what you make it out of life. You know, I try to stay as busy as possible as I can. You know, I like to work out. You know, even though I'm 55 right now, uh, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep on doing what I'm doing, but I got to. You know, I got to stay active. That's one thing that I like to do is stay active. It's kind of like, you know, I see my son. My son is 20, he turned 23, I believe. 22 or 23, 23. Yeah, in 23. Uh, he's already grown. I want to be as long as I can to be in my son's life. You know, so as so many years as the Heavenly Father blesses me. And I know right now you say you're 21 years old, Landon, but it's going to be a time that you might get married, you might have a son or a daughter, and you're going to see things differently. You're not going to see it as about you as being single. You're going to see it as a family man, and you're gonna say the same thing I say. I got to keep on going. I can't stop. I can't quit. I got to be here as long as I can for my son, for my brothers and sisters, right? For my brothers and sisters in Christ. Uh, is one of those things that is that will of no surrendering. I had a friend. I had somebody that passed away that was a year younger than me that came out on Facebook today. You know, and name was Juan. Uh, I'm trying to remember his last name, Martinez. So at this time, I would like to say I would like to pray for Brother Juan Martinez. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for Juan Martinez for you to guide him into your heavenly kingdom with your heavenly light. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. I've seen people come and go, man, all throughout my life. Uh, Landon. I remember there was this guy when I was in fifth grade. Uh, his last name, let me see, I'm trying to remember his name. Uh, name was Martin. Martine. Was it? I can't remember his last name. His name was Martin. You know, he was already an older guy. I was in fifth grade, and he was supposed to be like in eighth grade. You know, and he was cool with me. You know, he just wasn't that bright. But you know, I would give him the answers sometimes to help him out. You know, trying to get him to to pass to the next grade. You know, then because he was a good guy. He was like a friend to me. Uh, Something tragic happened. Back then in the 70s, you could be riding in the back of a truck. That didn't have no safety belt laws or anything like that back in the day. He was riding, and his uncle was driving the truck, and all him and his cousins were in the back. And I guess they hit something, and he flew out from the back of the truck, and he landed on his head. And for the rest of half of the year, because I was used to him going like this on my shoulder, I didn't feel that no more. There was just an empty seat behind me, you know. So, I've never forgotten him, you know, because when you remember those kind of things. So in that nature, you're and he wasn't a family or another, but he was a brother in Christ, right? So I remember the people like that. I could tell you some stories. There was another guy. His name was Victor. Um, Said, I just call him by the first name. Victor and I believe his brother were swimming in South Padre Island, and as they were swimming, the undertow was strong, right? And it was taking his brother, and then Victor was swimming to try to save his brother, and the undertow was so strong that it took both of them. So both of them drowned in South Padre Island when he was. Let me see, what grade was he in at that time? I believe Victor was in eighth or ninth grade when that happened. You don't know when it's your time. The only thing you can do is you pray and just be happy that you're still here amongst the living. That you're being blessed to continue to live. Because, like I said, nobody knows when it's their time. There was this other guy I knew. I'm talking about guys that I grew up with. That he was always driving around on motorcycles and on three wheelers, real fast through the streets. His dad was like a commissioner of the little town, and he was always driving around like real fast. And I would always think to myself, man, this guy is is driving dangerously, right? So then one day, you know, he runs into a pole going super fast that he died. But that one right there, it was an accident, but he was always driving recklessly. We're not supposed to. We just the only thing we can do is pray for them, right? But I've seen a lot of people come and go throughout my life. Just be blessed that every day that the Heavenly Father gives you to live, that you should appreciate that. That's why I praise and worship Jesus Christ, because you heard the story I was saying when those cougars were up there. I guess the Heavenly Father was watching my back. He Because cougars don't normally fight each other. Especially if they see food. What they do a tag team on the food, right? They hit the food from different directions. For some reason, that evening they were fighting each other. But I believe the Heavenly Father gave me enough time to get into safety, or else maybe I wouldn't be here right now. And Fort Hood is very big that if they rip you apart, they can take your body parts anywhere. You know, Depends on how many cougars there is. There's a pack of three, a pack of four. They'll just take your body parts everywhere that you're just going to disappear from the face of the earth. So there, yeah, be blessed that you you shouldn't be thinking about when you're going to pass away or anything like. Just if an image comes into your mind, rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, man. You'll give it power. Rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. When you get older, like right now you're young, I will say to you, stay active, work out. If you want to venture out around the world, join the Air Force, the Navy, Army, if you want to venture out that way, or find a job that you like to do. Just don't do the job, perfect the job. Make it like a trade that you're the master of the trade, right? Uh, if you enjoy doing that job, if you don't like enjoying doing the job, find yourself another job. In the military, when you join, you have to take an oath. So if your oath is for 3 years or 4 years, that's what you have to serve. Uh, I served 10. What if you serve 8 years, full 8 years? Then you're not obligated to, if there's something happening that they can call upon you anymore because you serve your time. If you do 4 years, then you're still obligated if there's war or something. That's what people don't know, that they can always call upon you or your name to come back in the military. Me, I did my time, so they wouldn't call me back. And of course, I'm a combat disabled vet. Even though I might not look disabled, I do have a lot of medical conditions. But I work out, so I stay active. So you can't don't know what I have, but I do have some ailments. That's why I don't understand why people want to be so disrespectful. But just because I have those ailments doesn't mean that I can defend myself. That's always within me. I just don't. I should say I don't like hurting people. You know, not unless I have no choice but to defend myself, then I will. But you know, military trained. I've been in combat, uh, so I know a lot of things. Let me see some of the comments here. Let me see some of the. Let me backtrack some of the comments here. Runner says a classmate of mine from high school lost his jumping into a lake to save a girl. He ended up in a nest of cottonmouth snakes. Uh, they're out there, man. Be careful. Going to the lakes, creeks, the cottonmouths are out there. And if you run into a nest, they're poisonous. It's gonna it'll take your life. You got to be careful with the alligators that are out there, snakes that are out there. A lot of that is out there nowadays with people having pets flushing the baby pythons or baby anacondas down the toilet to the sewers. They're out there. Just be careful. Sure, guest. What would you like to say? I'll read the comments as but in this sense of way, you should be happy that you're alive, and as many years as the Heavenly Father blesses you with, you should be happy. Trust me, I've been there where I've crossed over. I was 32 years old. My son was like a year and a half. If I would have died that day, me and my son were by ourselves. My son was young, and if I would have died that day, he would have died too, because it was just me and him in the house. No, we really didn't have that many people come and visit us. But thank God, thank you, Jesus Christ, that that He brought my spirit back into my body. When I woke up that day, my hands were stiff in the air like this. My hands were stiff, my legs were stiff. You could say that rigor mortis set in. I couldn't move my fingers. You know what brought me back? my son crying. My son was crying, and I was like, pray to God to take me back to my son because he needed me, and I was able to come back to my body. Uh, and when I looked, my son, but it was funny. My son had his little sippy cup going like this, laying in the. He was on the other couch, going like this, that he wanted something to drink, you know. But if I would have gone then, most likely he would have gone too with me. But the Heavenly Father looks out over us. My son is 23 now. I just thank God that He blessed me to come back to my body. My fingers, I couldn't bend them for about a week. They hurt real bad, where I guess I had old blood in me. I believe that's how I got the blood clot on my left foot, like through the rigor mortis or whatever you want to call it. But it's up to God, right? He has the final say so of certain things. But you hear it all the time when certain things like that happen, you know. So at least I know now that I've been in my son's life and I've seen him grow. And if something were to happen to me, well, at least I know that God blessed me to be in his life, for as long as I've been. But that's why I do the spiritual works. If so long I continue to do his works, and I'm trying to, I should have say, have the viewers understand about the Love Foundation, how important it is to have a relationship with Jesus Christ, because he can bless you in many ways and he can heal you. He has blessed me numerous times. I can't even count them, in which I shouldn't be here. The only thing is just feel blessed to be as long in this world as possible because you're being blessed by him. Yes, it's crazy, and that's it's a fatherly instinct love, just like mothers have the motherly love. Imagine that you're stuck in a situation where your soul is being pulled from the left to the right, and you're here in the distance through a barrier or through a you hear your son calling you, you know, and it's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to give up, or are you going to fight to make it back, no matter what? Right? When I came back to my body, I wasn't 100%. I had to rehabilitate myself from what happened to me. Uh, it's like I said, my fingers were stiff. I couldn't move them for about a week. They were very hard. Uh, it's scary because you're like, man, you've been blessed to come back to the living when you're having all kinds of physical problems that you didn't have when you went to sleep and you wake up like that. I just feel blessed, even to this day that I speak. So, like all these people that come at me in a negative way, I'm not worried about them. I've seen a lot of things that they probably haven't seen or witnessed. I don't think they will fare well if they were in a situation like I was. The reason I say that is this: if they dwell more in negativity than doing good, that they went up in a situation like that. Of course, it's up to the Heavenly Father. If he sees them worthy, right? Worthy because they're doing the good works, he might bless them. But if he doesn't see them worthy, then he might take them, right? But then there's certain situations where people get placed in situations where there's no way in the world they can come back, you know. But that's the way life is. Talking about this crystals, black tourmaline and selenite. I have I got a purple amethyst around my neck right now. Oh, that love is always not just it's for my son and for the people that are around me, family members and people that are my friends. Um, I'm there for them. Or people that are being spiritually attacked by demonic forces, uh, shadow figures, unclean spirits, brujas and brujos, the people that are targeting them. I fight them spiritually. That's what I do. I don't like people being bonded, or I don't like people that they're being targeted by these unseen forces or people using witchcraft and orcomancy. What I do is I protect those people, just like the Heavenly Father protected me. I protect them. Um, what I do find out is if they have any spiritual openings. But normally, you always got to find out what opening they have that these people or unseen forces or whatever is being sent away. They normally have some kind of jurisdiction. I found out a lot of people have the one of the things that a lot of people have is unforgiveness, and or the unforgiveness is the things that generational curses can follow you from generation to generation if you don't make a spiritual stance against it. Because somewhere somebody has hatred towards somebody because they did something to them, they're holding it against them, whether it's a family feud or something like that. Uh, it's a negative seed that's planted, and you have to take the negative seed out by how? By forgiving, because forgiving is part of love. A lot of people have that. That's a spiritual opening. Oh yeah, sister. You just don't know. Uh, I've been through a lot. He's been through. We've been through a lot. If you haven't seen this woods are haunted season 3 episode 2, that right there. Look, bears are standing up right now. I know you can see that. They're standing up right there. It's because those demonic forces that came up against me to try to destroy me are pissed off. They're pissed off because the Heavenly Father blessed me to come back. Not just them, but the death itself was pissed off because he couldn't claim my soul. So I was blessed to come back to my body. So what happens after that? Did that happen to me? My son was and a half. He was 1.5 years old when he gets lured into the woods. Terror in the Woods. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Terror in the Woods, season 3, episode 2. It's called Something Is Out There. I come out in there and my sister comes out. Well, my son was 4 years old, right? And he's playing in the swings, and then, there's a slide in the swing set in the park. And I'm showing my friend because my son is playing with her daughter, and I'm showing her the creek, and we can hear him playing it. And the next thing you know, just like that, like snap of a finger, you can't hear him no more. Say, hey, they're making no sound. Something's going on. You know, that's not normally when kids don't make no sound. Something they're up to something, right? Or something's happening. We went out there. We don't see them. Went to the other side of the park where there's some more swing sets, some seesaws and merry-go-round. They're not there. We walk back, and I'm yelling all the time, seeing where they're at, and they're not saying nothing. I walk all the way back home, and I could see my friend worried, and I thought, don't worry about it. They're probably at the house. Go to the house. My sister's there. I said, have you seen I said my son's name, Abe Junior or Junior. Said, no, I haven't seen him. So I said they're probably playing video games in the room. At that time we had a Sega Genesis. and a Nintendo 64. We go in the room and there's nobody there. So at that time, it hits me. It says something ain't right. Call the cops. They're calling the cops. So I'm gonna go check one more time, see if I can find them. So you know that at that time we've been searching for about 30 minutes. It's like you're like it starts getting dark. It's getting dark. You're out there screaming their names and loud, and nothing. We can't find them. Can't find them. And I said, God, I'm praying to God to help me find them. And I start calming down, stay relaxed, and I start focusing spiritually. And as I'm sensing spiritually, I see something, and the sun's fixing to start setting. I see hair, right? A little bit of a hair, around this much, a little bit of hair sticking behind a bush. That's when I go that ways. I'm running, and it was my son, and my friend's daughters are like standing side by side, but they're like hypnotized, and they're standing in front of this big oak tree. So I'm there, and I'm like, "Hey, what are y'all doing here? Didn't you hear me calling y'all?" And my son not saying nothing. She's not saying nothing. And I'm talking to them, and I'm yelling at them, "I found them! I found them!" They come, them they say, I said, "What are y'all doing here?" And both of them say this at the same time. The man in black called us. That's what they say. So they're like in a translate state, and they take him to the house, and I go search within the woods to see if I can see this man in black or somebody dressed in black or an African American, right? I can't find nothing, nothing. The following day is when I go with my camcorder with my friend, and I said, "Let bring your camcorder. If we find this guy, they lured him into the woods. We're gonna contact the cops, or we can arrest him." She captured something in the camera, and she took off running. She, I think I caught something because she said, "Oh my god, oh my god, I think I caught something." And when I viewed the footage, when she said, "Oh my god," what I seen was this was a man in black, but it wasn't a man. It was a black figure created out of Mother Nature itself, from the branches and the leaves. He was wearing an amulet, and it was shiny like gold in the center of it, and it was looking at me, directly at me. And when I was looking like this, it went straight into the ground. Uh, that's when it became a spiritual battle. You know, this things don't like. I'm here to tell you, brothers and sisters. Straight up. When people say, "Oh, people think that we're created under God's image," we are created under God's image, and we are children of God. That's how He blesses us. And that's how He heals us. Those things that came, that were pissed off. Because you see, like I told you before, you remember the story. I wasn't the only one that was gonna die. But son was young enough that he probably would have passed away too. So what they come after my son. I remember what happened to him after I got him from the woods. Where let me see some of the comments before I go. Before I continue. How you doing, Sister Nelly? Guess I can bless this. I can bless this. Say God to I can say God to bless this, and He'll bless this, and I can use it as a protection. So I don't know what you're talking about. He can bless. We can bless anything. We can bless a home. We can bless or what's within the home, which is what we have here within our house. or possessions, and God will bless it. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. God can bless things. Jesus Christ cast out the legion out of the man that was possessed. Yeah, the opening that you had there, guest, was the cards. When you're fortune telling or you're reading cards for somebody, that's a spiritual opening. You're opening up yourself to that. Now that's different. I don't do cards. Or I don't mess no Ouija boards. I don't mess with no crystals. That itself is a spiritual opening, in which that's probably why you got the activity that you got. It had nothing to do with the crystals. It's the things that you were doing. When you say cards, you're talking about the cards where you're reading people and telling them what's going in their life. That's a form of fortune telling, in which you're opening up yourself to the forces around you, and you're getting the people to believe what the cards are saying. And if it's being demonically influenced, then the people, by believing that, you're not really helping them. You're actually leaving an opening so they can get spiritually attacked. I'm just being honest about it. It wasn't the crystals, and it wasn't the candles. It wasn't the sage. It was the cards. Being honest with you. I'm reading some of the comments here. No, I'm not worshiping crystals. I have Jesus Christ. He's with me. I just carry this for extra protection, because they do have healing factors. They do have protect. I'll place it afterwards. I'll make a little. There's every crystal has some kind of healing factor, extra protection. Used to be priests back in the day. They had garments, and the garments had minerals on the garments for protection. But I'm just saying, it's not the crystals. It's what's within you, your faith and your belief, that makes you who you are. It's like you can be wearing clothes, uh, or you could say, "Well, no, don't wear the clothes because look, it's got the figure of the bad guy from. It's got Thanos on it. It's just a shirt. You know, it was just a movie. You know, I'm not believing in the movie. It was a movie that I watched. And I bought this because I liked the movie. I beg to differ on that, guest. I have a selenite sword that the forces broke it after I used it. A selenite sword. Uh, I wouldn't do an investigation. I have the video here. Uh, I wouldn't do an investigation. In the video, it talks about I'm testing a different kind of weapon. They said to take weapons out there. So the weapon I had was a spiritual weapon. It was a spiritual sword. I have it over here, but it's broken. Um, when I was going to enter the woods, it's like my video gave out right off the bat. When it gave out, all my hairs were sticking up. That's letting me know that there was something around me spiritually. I had two options: either turn around and walk away, or maintain my faith in Jesus Christ. And you say, you know what, go right through that, because I'm a chosen one. We're children of God. So I decided to go further. I went further, and I'm hearing all kinds of activity, people talking in different or disembodied voices and speaking different tongues, or should I say languages, different sounds of animals. But I don't let that stop me because I know Jesus Christ is with me. So I have this Selenite sword, uh, have it in my hand, and the life it keeps on breaking, but I continue to go further and further and further. In which, as I was making the video, I found a truck in the middle of the woods. So I have the Selenite sword. The reason I have the Selenite sword in my hand is because that Selenite sword stores the energy, right, from the heat, from the sun, or from the moon. So I had it in my hand because I was getting tired of when I would go investigate that these unseen forces were draining my energy, right? Even though I would pray and I would pray against them, type in in Jesus Christ's name, when I'll be out there, I said, let me take this with me as an experiment. So they were pissed off because they were making all kinds of commotion, all kinds of noises around me. But I wasn't being drained at all. So I kept on walking with this. It was a little sword. I have it over here. I'll get it in a moment to show you what I'm talking about. So as I'm going, I found this truck. I go up to the truck. It was a green truck, a green a Chevrolet truck. I see a wallet sitting in there and the keys in the ignition. And I'm yelling, say, hey, is anybody out here? Anybody out here? Nobody say nothing. Quiet. So I make sure I don't touch nothing. So I go around. I said, well, let me walk further this ways. Maybe they're out here. So I'm yelling and I'm walking. My cousin Jesus Carvajal was there, with me. He was on the live when I was going there. Him and Carlito Castro was there, and they were saying, "Hey, get out of there! We're seeing things. Get out of there. There's something ain't right." They were telling me because they were seeing things in the video. So I'm going to the location, and I found like a patio umbrella. I found a mosquito net. I found a duffel, like a little luggage bag, some water, and I say, "Hey, is anybody out here?" And nobody's saying nothing. So as I move a little bit, I hear something, disembodied voice. I say, "Okay, it's time for me to go." So I'm leaving, and I'm feeling all these things that are around me, but I have the selenite sword in my hand, and I'm praying, fighting spiritually. I'm able to make it out into the parking lot. Right, I get to the parking lot, get in my vehicle. The first thing I do is contact Temple PD. I contact them and I said, "Look, I'm sitting here by the Mayborn. There's a vehicle over here that if you want to, I can wait for y'all here. There's a vehicle that's that I found in the woods. It's got the keys in there and the wallet there. And I waited up for 2 hours, from 4 to 6. They never showed up. So I went home, got home, took a shower because it was hot. Then they call me and they say, "Hey, can you call me like around 7:30? Hey, can you give us coordinates to the location that you were talking about?" So I told them exactly where it was at, what to follow, which way to go, where they were going to find it. The weekend passed. The news popped up on Monday morning. They said that they have found a person that had been missing for 2.5 months. That they found the body, they found the truck and the body of that individual. So I had the tape recording. So I said, okay, I can give them this tape as evidence. So I went back Monday. I said, look, you want what? I got the tape of how I found the truck. Do you need the video, or do you need something? Say, well, just can you make it short and just give us a part where you located it, when you found it, how you found it? I said, sure. So that's what I did. But this guy had been missing for, again, 2.5 months. I really don't watch the news, so I didn't know that there was a guy missing. But they found his body out there. There was a tarp that was there. Cousin Jesse and Carlito saying there was somebody underneath the tarp. I never lifted the tarp up, but I had the video. as evidence, of my story to be 100% truth. Uh, for anything I place here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, whether it be show reels, I have the evidence because I have the videos. A lot of the stuff I get is from my videos when I do my lives. So, but the good thing about this was that the guy was able to be found and placed in holy ground. He'd been missing for too long. I never found out what happened to him, how he died, or anything like that. The only thing I know is that his body was found and it was placed in holy ground. And sometimes, as children of God, He guides us so that can happen, right? So they can be found and placed in holy ground. I didn't know who the guy was or nothing like that. So I got the sword. What happened when I got back from that location is I walked into my room and I was gonna take this, bring the sword and put it up. And when I had it in my hand, something hit the sword, and the cylinder side broke. So I'm gonna show it to you. There's a cylinder sword I had in my hand. I had bought it for my birthday because I thought it looked pretty cool. Broken. So, like I said, something hit the sword and broke it. Unseen force broke the sword in half. That dream catcher that I got there, I bought it at a garage sale. I mean, at the flea market for a quarter. So there's not really nothing about the. I know natives have dream catchers. To keep them as protection to trap things that come within the dreams, like the succubus, the incubuses. Me, I just bought it for 25 cents a piece. At a garage sale. I mean, at the flea market from a lady that buys what do you call it? She's a lady that buys those units, and she gets the units and sells the stuff from the units. But yes, this is I can fix it. Probably put some super glue on it. But yeah, this is my selenite sword that is messed up. I guess it didn't like it when I took it out there. When I took it into that area, uh, but that's what protected me. The selenite sword protected me because it came in numbers. If anybody would have been there with me, you would have heard the same things that I heard. And your sense would have been, if you wasn't spiritually prepared, the most likely they would attack. But they were really pissed off when I had the selenite sword in my hand. They were making all kinds of noises, snout sounds. You could hear snout sounds and like bird calls, like they were contacting each other with the snout sounds. Yes, that's what they do. That's what they're used for. Yeah, that's what natives use them for. I have a family that's native. I have my cousin's native from Colorado, and I have my brother's wife is native also from California. So they go to powwows and all that kind of stuff. My cousin, he always tells me you should take some tobacco out there and leave it out there. So I'm not leaving no tobacco out to anything because that's a form of an offering. I ain't doing that. Maybe some of the people that think that maybe you watched the movie Dreamcatcher. Thinking this is you might have watched a movie about the Dreamcatcher. I think there was a movie called Dreamcatcher. Oh yeah, there's different practices that are bad all over the world, but Dreamcatchers, that's exactly what they are for, is to cash the what invades your dreams. That's what they use for. As you see, the Dreamcatcher, just so you could be understanding here, is not by my bed. The Dreamcatcher is just there as decoration. Uh, it's in my living room. Like I said before, I bought it very cheap, and I just got it as a display. I got this old flute in there also. Like it literally looks like a ray gun, but it's a flute from somewhere else. I would buy some of these items from estate sales. Well, I'll say to you, I'm not native. I'm not native, as in that I don't use dream catchers. But to me, it's like a decoration. Just like uh, the drums and those the maraca things. Maraca is like a decoration, but they do have a meaning to the culture of the natives. I'm not going to disrespect the culture, but I just think that sometimes I will buy things because people or make dream catchers or bracelets because they're asking for donations, like for a fund for people with cancer or stuff like that. In which I've gotten things like that in the nature when it's a cause, right? So just because I got something doesn't mean that it's bad. Yeah, it's open mic night. Whoever wants to join here, uh, I don't know, Sister Nelly. She's kind of shy, camera shy, but whoever wants to join, you don't have to. If you want to join here, whoever wants to join, let me know. If you're on my friends list, I can send you the link through Messenger. I have friends in the military that are natives that served with me in the military. That they were literally put on all the full garment gear, native, and they would do the dances and everything. You know, for the troops, they would show what they were about and stuff like that, and we respected, their culture. Yeah, see, maracas. What I knew about maracas, it was more like with a sombrero and the guys that are dancing, the mariachis that are dancing with the maracas at one point in time, right? So thank you, Sister Nelly Turner, for explaining to Brother Solar. Yeah, so I don't know. Whoever was saying earlier that the minerals are dangerous, they are not dangerous. I'm telling you. they do protect you. S- Black tourmaline, black obsidian, selenite. If you have sleep paralysis or you have nightmares, night terrors, or sleepwalking problems, put one of these babies around your neck, and you'll see a big change in your life. All the things that were happening to you will cease because they keep the negative energies away. The baby color blue keeps the negative energies away. Yes, let me send out a shout out since Sister Nellie Turner is here. Let me send a shout out to Paranormal Roundtable uh, with Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, Anthony, and the crew. Uh, they do lives just about almost every day, like I do. Sometimes they do lives on Rumble. When do you do your lives on Rumble, Sister? Is it on Sundays that you go live on Rumble? I know they do lives on Rumble also, but they have Paranormal Roundtable on TikTok, and Sister Nelly has PRT News on Facebook. Yeah, it's kind of like Dia de los Muertos. When the Mexican people, they celebrate Day of the Dead. Koreans celebrate Day of the Dead also, where they go to the graves and they get drunk by the graves. In that nature, it's just a celebrations that they do at those time frames. But but you're right in one thing. There is some people that use things for other things. That there are evil people in this world, and they can use something, an object, to put something on the object to try to give it to somebody to cause harm to somebody. But in that sense of way, Solar, you're right about that. And whoever was here earlier, that it depends on the intent, right? That you got to be careful because there is evil people in this world that can give you an item as a gift, and they've done something to it. So you have to be careful of what you accept. Always make sure if you receive something or buy something to pray over it for the Heavenly Father to bless it, or you bless it yourself with some holy water, right? Through Jesus Christ. But that's for anything that you buy on YouTube. So in that sense of a way, I understand where you're coming from, Solar. It depends on the intent of the item of whoever has the item. Me, I'm attending a Love Foundation. I bless people because I know these items that I have will protect them from negative energies. Giving them to my family members. I give them some to friends. Uh, I give them so my friends can have them for protection. That's what I give them for. And of course, you do have people that we were talking about this yesterday with cousin Jesus Carvajal that's here. We did a live yesterday. We're talking about some of the items that he witnessed that he found around his home that were for bad intent. Items like in flower pots, items in the yard. He found a lot of things, and which he somebody was did something to my aunt, which was his mother. I know maybe Jesse Carvajal wants to jump on here again. It's up to him. He can share it. Yeah, he's got a pyramid also, but he don't keep it with him because it belonged to somebody else. And he said that he might get it to show it to the viewers tomorrow. Yes, Solar. You can pray over the holy water through Jesus Christ. You just pray to Him to bless the water for you, because He listens to your prayers. I've done that before. where I'll share the story to y'all, whoever's you're viewing, or to everybody. I just say thank you for tuning in. When the man, there was I was walking on the highway, and I seen a man get elevated in the air. It's during the day. It's like around 5:30. He's African American. He gets elevated near the bridge. He's up in the air, like 7 feet up in the air. And he's not no Michael Jordan. He's elevated like something picks him up and drops him on the ground. And then he picks him up again, drops him. He gets picked up again, and he gets dropped. So he gets picked up and dropped like 3 times. So this guy is laid out. So I'm walking with my cane at the time. I had a blood clot in my leg. So I'm walking, trying to get as fast as possible to see if he needs help. And he just laid out by the rail where he got dropped. So I go up to him on the other side. He's on the other side of the highway. This is in between the highway that goes by Elms Grove and the other side of the woods. So I look at him and say, "Sir, do you need help?" He's not responding. He's not moving. So I walk all the way to the middle of the bridge and I cross over to the other side. And I'm yelling at him from the middle of the bridge, "Sir, do you need help?" And I'm just there, and I'm there for about two minutes yelling at him, "Do you need help?" He's not moving. And I start getting a little bit closer, but I'm still in the middle of the bridge. He gets up real slowly. He's stumbling. He walks towards me, and he's looking at me. And what was strange about him, his eyes were a little bit reddish, and I figure it is because whatever picked him up slammed him 3 times hard on the ground. So he must have like a concussion or something, right? He looks at me and he says, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And I ignored him because I already knew there was an unseen force that picked him up and slammed him on the ground. She's like, "Come on, sir. Come on, sir. Let me help you. Let me take you over here. Let's go across the street," because it was a Dollar General across that bridge. If you cross the bridge, there's a Dollar General or things. Yeah, Dollar General. So I'm trying to get him to cross the highway, and he's looking at me and he's telling me the same thing again. "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you." "Come on, sir. Come on." I'm ignoring the death threats. I mean, this guy can barely walk, so I already knew that there was something else wrong with him. That something had him. The word I'm going to say to y'all is this: possessed. So I'm trying to not get too close to the edge because if he charges me, he can push me and I'll fall like 50 feet, 40 feet into the creek. So I go in the middle of the road and, "Come on, sir," and he's following me and he's repeating himself all the way. I think he said that to me like 10 times. "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you," all the way till I made it to the store. I said, "Wait for me right here." And I go get some water. As I get the water, I'm praying for the water, for the water to be blessed. And it was a bottled water. And he asked the cashier, "What's your name?" She said her name. And then he told her, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And she screamed. And they're like, "Oh, no, 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 no. You don't understand. You don't understand." So I found him on the bridge. He was knocked out on the bridge. I'm just trying to give him some water. She was like fixing to call the cops, right? So I had already blessed the water. I gave him the water. I had opened it up for him. He drank the water. As he drank the water, he drank the water, put it down, then looked at me. He's like, "Hey, man, thank you for the water. So I really appreciate that you bought me this water." Like he became normal because I blessed for the water, prayed for the water to be blessed, and the demonic entity that was in him left his body. And I said, "Can I ask you a question, sir?" I said, "What happened?" It's like, "Well, I ran out of gas in Harker Heights, and I was walking home to get my gas container." And I said, "Thank you, brother Water." He walked out the door and took off towards his house, but he do not remember what happened to him on that section. He don't remember that he got elevated, slammed on the ground 3 times. They don't remember me helping him cross the street or nothing. But that's what normally happens when somebody's being demonized. They don't remember. They'll forget certain things that happened. So he don't remember that I helped him. He don't remember him threatening me because it wasn't him that was threatening me. It was the demonic entity that was in him that was threatening me. So I'm just letting you know that you do have the ability. If you truly believe in Jesus Christ and and he loves you, he's going to listen to your prayer. Prayers are very powerful. Yeah, bless this heavenly water. You can say, Heavenly Father, please bless this heavenly water as I drink it. For if I have any negative attachments on me, for anything to get off of me, right? You open up the water because you prayed and you drink it. That day I said for the Heavenly Father to bless the water so I could help this man that's being demonized. And he blessed the water. You don't have to be don't if you're living in the right path. You don't have to be a priest to bless the water. The Heavenly Father is the one that's blessing the water. When they pray, it's not them blessing the water. It's just Christ, the Heavenly Father, that's blessing the water. How you doing, Ferdy Fatal? I'm just sharing what I witnessed. Right? Is that the demon that was in him, knew what was in my heart. He knew that I had a love foundation, and he couldn't transfer itself to me because I had a love foundation. So when the demon was threatening me, making me think it's a person that's threatening me, right? Because it wants me to get upset. I'm not gonna get upset. I'm gonna maintain my love foundation. So no matter what the whoever it is that's saying something bad to you, you maintain your love foundation and you fight it spiritually through Jesus Christ. And that's what I did. That's what he was pissed off because I wasn't giving up on the man. I wasn't gonna let the man be possessed on the side of the freeway. He could have jumped off the bridge. He could have ran into front of a car because the demon had full possession of him. I wasn't gonna let that happen. I saved the man's life. Uh, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ. I saved the man's life. I wasn't gonna. That's what the demon was pissed off. I was telling it to come across, telling the man to come across, but the demon was listening too because a love foundation, just like Jesus Christ used his love foundation against them. They knew who he was when they had the man possessed as the legion. They didn't want to go back where they came from, so he sent them to the swine, the herd of swine. I'm telling you, when people say that we're not children of God, well, if we have the capability to cast out a demon and save a person that's being possessed, yes, it's within us. We are children of God, but children of the light. The demons, the people in power, people in place within the governments that are affiliated with the negative side, they don't want you to know that. They want you to believe in what they're spewing out there. But the way I know this is because I have a relationship with Jesus Christ, and I know what this is about. And it's about what's in our bodies, our souls, our spirits. That's what it's about. All this chaos, division, havoc, all these things that are happening around us is because of our souls. They don't want you to know that you have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven, right? They don't want you to know that. That's why all these things are in place. Look how many distractions we have in this world. Vacations, there's so many stores, so many restaurants, so many things you can do. Why? Why so many things? To keep you distracted, to stop you from having a relationship with Jesus Christ, or for them to continue to bond you, to have control over you. Ah, a thought in your mind comes to pray. Then another thought comes, you don't have to pray today. God is always with you anyways, right? Think about that. Your spirit is telling you to pray when maybe you're going through something, but then something else comes in your mind saying, you don't have to pray. He's with you anyways. And you don't pray. And things continue to happen to you because you're the bondage, they bond your senses, your sight, your hearing, your smelling, your speaking, and they just bond you spiritually. They don't wanna let you go. And that's what they're trying to do to the man. And I wasn't gonna let that happen and be spiritually bonded, not just bonded, possessed. Hell no. They could have easily drug him into the woods. If that force picked him up the way it did and slam him, he could have drug him into the woods. That was a spiritual test for me because I was already fighting spiritually. So yeah, that was a spiritual test for me of what I was going to do. But it was in the man. Anything could have happened, but I kept my faith and believed in Jesus Christ, and I knew that if I had to, I would tie down the rebuke of Jesus Christ's name so he can leave the man. But he had like a pretty strong control over him till I got rid of it through blessed water. Yes, there's people that attack that ways. The people that are in cults uh, that are doing negative things. There's, that's what they attack. They attack because they want you to get pissed off. They want you to see, they attack to get you pissed off to see if they can find a spiritual opening so they can continue your attack. So when their attack doesn't work because you're not allowing it and you're speaking in truth, they backpedal. It's kind of like they backpedal and it's okay. Let's wait for another time to attack. That's what they do. They wait for another time to do something. It could be a month or 2 months later down the road, and then they'll finally come out with something to get else to attack with. But they're attacking with bullets with no ammo in it, with no it's empty bullets because you can't come at God's children in a negative way, thinking you're going to overcome them because He protects us. So those attacks are meaningless, especially where we're in unity with the Love Foundation. We have friends that care. We're unity. We can overcome any form of negativity. Yes, it's why people pray in dinners. Heavenly Father bless His food because you don't want you see this unclean spirits that can attach itself to anything. Could be something you're eating, something that you're drinking. So that's what we have to pray, right? We have to pray for the things that we're blessed with, so they can be blessed. So it could be good for us to eat. Uh, well, not that I've had any encounter that have gone wrong, but I've seen people that came to help me out spiritually, where there was this guy. I believe in Jesus Christ and the Heavenly Father. This guy was a Wiccan. He said that he's been a Wiccan for I don't know how many years, and the only reason he came is because of my friend's sister. She was in the military, and that guy was in the military. And he said that he heard that what was happening in that area of what was happening to me, that they wanted to come help me. And they said that They wanted to come, and then they could close the portal that was there. They're saying that there was an open portal, that's why those things were happening the way they were. And I told them, look, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm fighting spiritually, and it's hard for me here as I have my faith and trust in Jesus Christ. Just the only thing is, I said, be careful because I mean, you say you believe you're Wiccan and you're not fighting through Jesus Christ. Well, they're negative energies, and Wiccans, you worship Mother Nature, and they're living in Mother Nature. So they might take it offensively. You're coming over there trying to say you're going to close a portal or something. Just be careful. So, and I say, can I pray for you at least? They said, no, I don't believe in your God and all this stuff. I said, okay. I say, he's like, where is this location at that you're talking about? And spirits, they're listening to everything. And they already know the person's intention. They already know the person's spirit. So I said, it's over there, and you go by the swing set. There's a path. So he's walking that ways, and I'm walking. I'm like not even close to the swing set, and he goes into the path. And when he turns around, he looks at me. He's not saying nothing to me, just standing in the middle of the path. He's not saying, just looking at me weird. And then he smiles at me, and he starts going into the darkness. Why is he smiling at me? Because it possessed the dude. So this guy is just going into the darker into the woods, deeper into the woods, to the sign of the cross. I go into the path. He's already on the other side of the woods. He doesn't. He's not even on the path no more. He's in the woods itself because it's taking him. I go in there and I grab him as I'm already prepared spiritually, and I'm praying with him myself. I grab him, I pick him up, and I'm praying to our Father, and I carry him out of there from the woods, inside the woods, because he was taking him. I take him, I carry him on my shoulder from the woods all the way to the main street of where I live in the block. I put him on the ground, and this guy has no energy because I was praying to our Father. He has no energy, and he can barely move. And then he looks, and they're like, "What happened? Are you okay? Okay?" Because there was other people there, and he's like, "They're coming! They're coming!" He starts saying, "They're coming." He's seeing what I call the DDN, the shadow figures, and he's seeing this DDN or this uh what people call he's identifying. Literally, he's identifying what he's seeing, the same things that I was seeing, and I'm looking with my naked eyes. I'm not seeing nothing, but he's identifying it how it looks. And I never told this guy how anything looks there. He's witnessing it. They're coming. They're coming. He's all scared. So we had to pick him up, throw him in the back of the car, and he's hitting the seat because he's scared. We gotta go. We gotta go. He's scared because he's seeing them. They're coming. So they're getting very near. And I told my friend's sister, get him out of here. Pray, pray for him. Get him out of here. And I did the sign of the cross, and I start praying for whatever's there to leave him alone. Uh, I didn't see that guy for about a year and a half. Then he came back again. He said he had a score to settle. I said, how do you have a score to settle? You don't remember what happened to you the first time. You see what happened the first time. And I asked him the same thing. I said, do you want to pray? And he said, no, I have a score to settle. He didn't even make it to the woods that time. He just got dropped in the park. And we had to carry him out of there again. And that's the last time I seen that guy. Uh, sometimes people think of what they believe in that is going to protect them from something that's demonic. Is not. I'm talking about people that do not believe in Jesus Christ. You know. Thank you, Sister Nelly. Appreciate you. It's open mic night. If anybody wants to jump on and share something with me, if you're on my friends list, you're more welcome to join. So yes, he was a Wiccan. He said his mom has been a Wiccan all her life, and that he learned from her, and he didn't. He failed twice. There was a female, because in the military, everybody comes from everywhere around the United States. So my friend's sister was in the military, and she had a friend for us that was from California, that she could supposedly leave her body in spirit and look around in the location. We were talking during the day, and she was saying, and I was telling her, I said, "Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't want to be saying nothing too much, too loud, or you don't want to be thinking too much here, because the things that are around here, they know what's in your mind, and they know they know what you're thinking or saying. They're listening. I'll go like this to be quiet. It's just like, I'm not afraid of what's here." He said, "What I'm gonna do, we're gonna go to that area, and when I get to the area, if there's a portal, I'm gonna close it." That's what she said. So we go. It got dark. We went into the woods, and I'm prayed up, and because I had been fighting spiritually for a long time. So I'm standing on the where it bends, on the path, and she said, "Where is it? Where you seen this tall werewolf like being?" I said, "Right over there by the tree that's over there." And she said, "Just tell me when to stop." So I was waiting, and it's right there. That's where I seen it. So she's there, not even not even like a minute. She's there, and she's like she's like looking, right, and then she's like, "Oh my god, what is that?" And she's like, "Oh shit!" And she takes off running. She's running like a bat out of hell. Passes me up. From com- what comes out of the woods? A giant red orb, and it's chasing her. Chaser, chaser passes right beside me. This giant. I'm not gonna say like an orb. I'll say more like a red mass. I'll say it like that, like a red mass. Something that's color red. It's chasing her. Yeah, my hairs are standing up because I'm remembering. Uh, so there I go. I'm trying to find out what's chasing her. She didn't even make it out of the path. She got dropped in the entrance. When I went up to her, she had bumps all over her face, her neck area, her arms, her legs, bumps all over her body. Um, my sister's friends came, and at that time, I had a blood clot on my leg, and so I can't pick her up. And her and this other girl that was with her picked her up, and they took her, and the same thing happened to her that happened to the other guy. She started seeing the shadow beings and this werewolf like beings. She started pointing where they were at. They were coming to her, but we couldn't see it through her naked eye. But she was seeing it because she was affected by it. So we had to throw her in the vehicle and I told them to leave. And that's the last time I ever seen her. So there was people, and I kind of felt bad. Yeah, I kind of felt bad. What happened to these people? I really didn't want to take them there because I had already been fighting spiritually. But they said they wanted to go because it's kind of like they didn't believe me that they had to witness it for themselves. But I felt bad because they got really spiritually attacked. You know, I'm more sure there's something that they'll never forget. How they were attacked, whether they're just found there, and it's I don't like people being hurt. You know, no matter it's just that's what they do. That's what people don't understand, brother and sister. Is these demonic forces? They don't care. I mean, they dislike when I believe in Jesus Christ, and they don't mind people believing in other things. Do you know why? Because their main mission is to deceive us, to collect our souls. That's the only thing they're interested in. Deceive as many people as possible for the souls. That's what it is. It's about our souls, brothers and sisters. So long you begin to understand what the bigger picture is, then you know of the things that are within our government, the things that they're trying to do to try to deceive people. What do you think they try to keep Jesus Christ out of schools? They want to take religion out of the equation completely. What do you think they're going against all the commandments and doing the things against God? White House into rainbows, all these people. I'm being honest here. Rainbow community, the LGBT community, you're being deceived. And it's nothing about. I have nothing against man or woman. You're all my brothers and sisters. You're being deceived. The rainbow represents when the earth got flooded. That God would not flood the earth again. That's what that represents. And you're being misled that it represents the LGBT community because it doesn't represent the LGBT community. Yeah, you might have a flag, but that's not what it means. You're being deceived uh, by the people that are your presidents and your vice presidents in charge of the LGBT. They're deceiving you. The White House, Obama was deceiving you. Biden is deceiving you. He's telling you it's okay. Why is it? Why are they telling you it's okay? They even have marriages now, right? What is it? What do you think is telling you it's okay? Because Lucifer already got you where he wants you. That's why they're telling you it's okay. They don't want you to be free from that. It got you, and they don't want you to awaken to free yourself to understand it's about your spirit. What's more valuable, your spirit or living in sin? I'm just being honest. Yes, I'm just being honest. I'm being honest, and you know what? I have friends. I knew people that were homosexuals, and I speak to them in truth. I don't sugarcoat nothing. There's some they know that they're in the wrong because their spirit is a. There was this female. Yes, she told me that when she was a stripper, she told me that she slept with a girl and it felt good. And I'm in the swimming pool with my son. It's when I was single, and she's looking at me. She's moving her body, and said, "What do you think about that?" And I already knew that it was a spiritual test for me. And this what I tell her. This what I tell her. Doesn't matter how good her body looks or anything like that. I wasn't interested in that. So I'm attending my love foundation. And I'm not falling to any temptations. I said after everything happened, can I ask you a question? So you slept with her. How'd you feel? How'd you feel afterwards? That's what I told her. How'd you feel afterwards? Did you feel good about it? So well, it felt good. No. How did you feel within you? And she thought about it. I said, did you feel that you did good or did you do bad? And she said, I felt that I did bad. Well, that's because it's your spirit telling you that what you did was wrong. That's why you felt bad. So the only thing I can tell you is follow your spirit, follow your heart, because it will guide you. That's what I told her. And that was kind of like the last time I ever spoke to her. You just don't know, brothers and sisters, how many times I've fought spiritually, and the spiritual battles that happen, they can happen anywhere. They can happen in public, they can happen in a restaurant. But when it happens, it's just between me and that individual, or the demon that has control of the individual that is using it to come up against me, to fight against me spiritually. It's not that the individual is bad, it's just the individual that it has control of at the moment could be a drug addict, could be an alcoholic, could be somebody that has a spiritual opening. So I'm just here to tell you, just like that man that I helped across the bridge, I didn't have no hatred towards him, no anger that I wanted to do something to him because he was telling me he was going to kill me. No, because I knew that it was being demonized. That's what it was my spiritual job to help him and free him from the possession. And that's exactly what I did. That's how I fight spiritually. That's why I say the things that I say here are spiritually encrypted encounters. So what you're believing in, what you're giving power to, that has domain over you. That's why, I know that there's a lot of sightings of a lot of things within the cryptic communities, within the paranormal communities, within myth and legends. The thing is, don't give it power of belief. Do not fear it. Maintain your love foundation, and if you have to, fight it through Jesus Christ. Tie banner brick of Jesus Christ's name. You'll see, because you try to do it any other kind of way, it's going to find an opening on you. Uh, the opening he likes to use, that's why you have generational curses, is unforgiveness. It's very important to forgive because the veil is lifted. As y'all see, the veil is lifting up higher now. That these things that maybe at one point in time people talked about it a little bit, they're being spotted everywhere around the world. They're being spotted in towns, in cities. I think there was one time in the news. It came out of the news. Uh, Chicago. That Chicago was spotting Bigfoots, dogmen, or werewolves, shadow figures, and the Hat Man all at once. How can that happen? How can they all be spotted all at once? Because they're demonic of nature. It's a manifestation. That's why there's a lot of killings there. So many openings of, how should I say, gang affiliations, anger, hatred, vengeance. I do an angelic spirit. I know somebody said they wanted to do a live with me yesterday. That's why I left it open here for if anybody wants to say anything. It's open mic night. If anybody is on my friends list on Facebook, I can send you a link through Messenger so you can join. It's open mic night. For whoever wants to sound off, you're more than welcome. Yes. Well, in Miami, they have a lot of paleros over there. There's a lot of things that there's I can't remember, but they believe in I believe in sirens over there in Miami, in Las Sirenas. That's what sirens are in Spanish, sirenas. That's what they believe in. It's the sirens from the ocean. There's no difference at what the people on land believe in when they believe in the harpies that use us. They believe in in the sirens, in the sirenas, in which that's demonic because when the women slept with the watchers, they changed form. Some became harpies, which we call lechuzas, and some became sirens, sirenas, mermaids, whatever you want to call them. That's what they are. Mermaids, sirens, they're the same. I believe I was sharing a story yesterday. What happened to my grandfather? Uh, my grandfather was a hardworking man. He worked in agriculture. He worked in the fields all his life. He used to work in those tractors that didn't even have AC, the ones with the umbrellas. My grandfather, I remember I was a kid and we'd go uh, taking food out there in the fields where he's working. He was a hardworking man. He worked a lot of hours, daytime, nighttime. So he's seen a lot of things. All I know he would tell me is this: do not go to this side of town because certain things come out at night. Because he used to work the nighttime when it was irrigation time. Where we come from, there's a lot of agriculture. So he would tell me not to go to these areas because there's some bad. He said there's some bad things over there. Don't go there at nighttime. You know. But what happened to my grandfather? Since we're talking about sirens and mermaids, he had a boat. He was fishing in the Gulf of Mexico in Port Mansfield, and there was a storm coming through. You know, and the waves were pretty big. That it flipped his boat over. It flipped his boat. It went upside down. So he was treading water, and the waves were pretty big. This this is what he said because he was saying this story to my mother, but I was there with my mother. He said I never got to meet my grandmother. He said that my grandmother was like this on the way with her hands open, calling them, telling them, "It's your time, Jose. It's your time, Jose." You know, to go to her. But then when he was seeing her, that it wasn't her, that it was something very beastly, like the face wasn't her. So he kept on telling her to come with him, you know. And it was like he said he was kind of like she was trying to like what do you call it? Hypnotize him or with a way her voice was sounding. And he said he got scared and he started. He said he tried not to focus on what she was telling him. So he's trying to make it back to shore, you know. So he was swimming, he swam. He finally made it to the shore. He got in his truck and he made it home. So when he made it home, this is we were talking about this yesterday with cousin Jesse. Uh, I think he said Uncle cousin Jesse is 45 minutes away from land. The Gulf of Mexico, the Port Mansfield to our town, which is Rummelsville, Texas. Well, my grandfather was in his room. He said that that thing, uh, when he woke up, he was being drugged out of the window by that thing, and he was calling his name. And he said he managed to escape from it, you know, and he closed the window. He had marks on his legs where he got scratched by something. Uh, so for a long time, it would come to him trying to take him. That he kept his shotgun right by his bed where he slept because it was trying to take him. Uh, all I know is this: he was a fisherman and he stopped fishing after that incident. He stopped fishing, but it haunted him there for a while. It was coming after him, whatever it was. You know, like I was talking yesterday, harpy, siren. Did they have other abilities that people just don't know about? How can a fish or something that lives in the ocean make it inland 45 minutes away from the ocean? How? It's because it's demonic. So it has other abilities to manifest to be able to come inland. So it can go the what saying to y'all, the siren could go inland because it can manifest, such as the harpies can go into the ocean because it can manifest because they're demonic in nature. They're like the sisters, the sisterhood, right? The sisterhood, brujas and brujos, lechuzas, sirenas. Uh, all I remember my grandmother's house in the restroom, she had nothing but pictures of mermaids in there. That's all I can tell you. So how would the connection be that she would have pictures of mermaids? You know, some witches, right? They have pictures of owls, a lot of owls, because that's what they're about. You know, they're worshiping the harpies, lechuzas. But you see, it's not that it's follow. It's not that it's. This is a thing. This is what people don't understand. It's not that it's following them. I'm going to tell you how it's getting there. They're demonic in nature. It's attaching themselves to them. They don't know that they got the attachment on them. My grandfather got scared, right? So it attached itself to him. When he got in the vehicle, he probably thinking about it because he's scared. He just didn't know that the siren was right on him all the way to the trip home. He didn't know that it was on him. That's how he got there so fast because it attached itself to him, kind of like a demon does, right? It it attaches, the Leviathan. Maybe one day I'll make a video with brother, a good friend of mine. He's a preacher, uh, brother Stephen. He would always talk about the Leviathan. The Leviathan. There's little Leviathans that they attach themselves around the neck area. It's where they attach themselves because they try to control the mind. So they attach themselves around the neck area to bond your spiritual senses. That's not the Leviathan, in which they look like they're not little spiders, they're little squids, squid like, you know. The Leviathan is demonic. So it's gonna come at you in that way. You're not gonna see it, but it's gonna be attached on you. That's why you have to pray. You know, you have to tie by the rebuke in Jesus Christ. And I always tie by the rebuke in Jesus Christ. And when I feel something, I hear something, or I feel like weight on my shoulders, something trying to be on my neck area, that I'm feeling like I'm carrying three people on my shoulders, uh, or like I'm deadlifting weight and there's no weight on me. I tie by the rebuke and I said, leave, get off me. Take authority over Jesus Christ. Leave me alone. I tie by the rebuke in Jesus Christ because they try to bond you. They try to attach themselves to you in that manner. Yes. And the thing about the water spirits, they can drag you underwater. That's the thing. Just like the things that are up here that can jump on you, the water spirits can literally drag you underwater. Try to keep you underwater, keep you disorientated, that you get scared and you don't open your eyes and you think you're swimming upward, but you're swimming the long ways. The next thing you know, you run out of air, and that's it. So when we think about singing ladies, what else sings? Anybody, what else think? What else sings? When we're talking about sirens that sing, the image that I've seen Anubis once when I was praying in my spirit, it had a gold chest plate and chains on its legs and feet holding a staff. A banshee, uh, pixies, fairies, they sing. Oh yeah, there's water portals. You got water portals. You got I have a picture. I just need to look for it where there's a black portal, and you could literally see a black portal on top of the trees, on top of the trees in Elms Grove, and you could see something coming out of it. Um, I just need to look for the picture, so I can share it with y'all. And what I'll do, I will circle. I'll just point an arrow to it or something so y'all can see it. Yes, for the gnomes or the duendes, leprechauns. Those manifests is things that people have believed throughout the centuries, right? In which they've seen them, but or they're really seeing that, or they're seeing a manifestation of something, right? But they exist through folklore, right? Through stories. All these things that we talk about, cryptids, uh, mythology, from the fairy tales, fairyland, they've been spotted or seen throughout history, in which that's why they continue to exist because of the belief factor, right? That's what they exist because of the belief factor. Yesterday, we were having all kinds of technical difficulties here where the people that were viewing the video, it was buffering out, going in and out. I was hearing sounds outside my home. Cousin Jesse, I haven't debunked the video yet. There's a viewer that said that there was a woman standing behind him. You know, so I haven't debunked the video yet of the woman that was standing behind him. There's somebody. What about the Bigfoot stories of Bigfoot helping lost children in the woods? You think some Bigfoots are good? I don't know. I really can't can speak on that. You know, like, I've heard of stories in the nature, but I don't know. What if those stories are just made so people can continue to believe in Bigfoot? Would be the bigger question, right? Think about it. What if they're made just so people can continue to believe in Bigfoot? What if the Bigfoot is demonic? Is it really helping it, or is it just trying to? So okay, I'm gonna take this manifestation, let this kid go, so he could say hey, Bigfoot saved him, so that people can continue to believe in me, even though I'm a demon. No, that's possible. That maybe the child seen something that looked like a Bigfoot, but was it really a Bigfoot that he seen, or was something that? How did it wind up getting lost in the woods? Did something call him into the woods? You know, you just gotta think about those things. How something that's demonic will could use something in that nature to its advantage. Think about the numbers. The numbers of how many Bigfoot believers there is. Well, can we say millions? That there's millions of people that believe in Bigfoot. But what if Bigfoot is a demon? That means that there's millions of people that's believing in demons in which that demon has authority over them because they're not believing in Jesus Christ. They're not having a relationship in Jesus Christ. Things in their house is nothing but Bigfoot things. Bigfoot memorabilia. You got Bigfoot outside their home. Probably got a Bigfoot cross. I think I seen a video where somebody had a Bigfoot couch. Look, there was this lady that contacted me. and we had spoken already once before. She said that she has seen a dog man looking at her from the woods. She said that she had seen, listened to my podcast when I speak spiritually. That she remembered that if I seen it, to put it to the spiritual test, to say, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. But at that time, uh, she didn't hadn't seen the video of me, so she went home and entered her home. Then she contacted me and she said that the dog man was living in her living room. And I said, "Ma'am, that's not a dog man that's in the living room. What you seen was something demonic that it attached itself to you. You didn't say for anything to follow you in your home, so you got a free entry into your home without you even invited. And you see people that have that welcome in. That's an invitation indirectly on the front doors, right? It's like basically an invitation indirectly for anything to come in your home. So they have free entry, believe it or not, because it says welcome in. Well, I said, look, this is what you do. So you say you send it away, and you bless your home. I told her to protect her home first. Place the heavenly crosses around her doorways and her windows, and then you take authority over it. And I was helping her, and she was saying out loud, as I was on through Messenger with her, and next thing you know, she said that it felt better. But then, like a week later, she said that she was walking again along the woods and she seen it again. But this time she remembered to say a tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And when she said that it just disappeared and it was gone right off the bat. And then when she came home, there was nothing to follow her in her home or anything like that. She just told me thank you for helping her out. I know missing 401 cases of the children disappearing. Well, honestly, there's some children that are disappearing from the borders, and some from within our country that they're going through the pedophile ring from within our government, within our country. There's some Hollywood actors involved there, and just people you wouldn't think would be involved in that. Then you got somebody that put Moloch here. There's some people that sacrifice children to the Moloch, the Clintons and other people in power. They're in the high in the power in the government. The worship Moloch. That's another way. But for the kids that disappear in the woods, how are they disappearing? How do you think they're disappearing in the woods? You've seen the things that I've captured in the woods, right? The little video I made of what's in the woods. I believe that's how they're being taken deeper into the woods because they're befriending them, shadow figures that manifest, or they can change form. Whether they're using the shapeshifter skinwalker to change form, they could change it to form into a little kid and say, "Hey, come with me. Let's go to my house." And they take them deeper, deeper into the woods. Next thing you know, they're not here. That's one way, right? They're gone because the body can only be remain alive with a if you don't have water or food for only a certain period of time. Of what I witnessed is the dark shadow figures, which are demonic. They befriend the children, like when you hear about imaginary friends and stuff like that. That the kids play with them, and well, that's how I think a lot of these children are disappearing, where they've been already has a close connection with them, and it's like, hey, I've been playing in your home all this time. Let me take you to my house, and the kids follow this shadow being that's pretending to be something, and it takes them to a different realm or dimension. And that's why they have the final traces of these children, because it befriended them. It gave them trust that they're how should I say, they're believing that that's their friend, right? So the belief factor is there, and it takes them, and it targets certain children. Some of the children that it targets are children that might not be baptized, or might not have a relationship with Jesus Christ, that are vulnerable for them to be able to deceive them that manner, because they don't know about a lot of things. So that's why they attack the children. Uh, Also, they know, that the children, they're still children of God. They get deceived. Why do you think Jesus went into hell to release his people? Because there's a lot of people that are being deceived that way. So I'm more sure when the time comes, a lot of this missing children will surface up again in spirit, of course. But I believe that's where they're at. They're somewhere else. I think Brother Josh Turner was talking about the stair in the woods. I have pictures of something that looked like stairs that were behind me when I go investigate. But the stairs you cannot see, but they're in the picture. Where do the stairs lead to? Right? I seen a movie about that, about the stairs, where there was like a stair and a door. A person went in a door and it's going into like a different dimension. There was some kind of reptilians and stuff like that in there. Uh, but there's people that been finding star in the woods. Well, I found the pictures that I have is a spiritual stair, and you can see it going up. It's like down and up. You know, that I captured it through camera when I was investigating. Uh, that's why I got attacked, where something tried to jump on my neck and throw me down on the ground. But there was nothing around me physically, but spiritually, something tried to. I was hurting for a while after that. That I stopped investigating. I stopped investigating for about 3 months after that. Where literally I feel something very heavy jump on my neck. My left knee buckled, and I dropped to my knee. But then I stood back up, and I said a tie banner because Jesus Christ's name. But I made it out of the woods. I just lost a lot of energy. It drained me real bad. But yes, a stair in the woods. There's stairs, imaginary stair in the woods. It could be an open portal, stairs to another dimension. Um, I know in Texas, Central Texas, there is. I'm not going to say stairs, but is steps, ladders considered like stairs, like a ladder? There is ladders in the woods, and what I mean by that, there's a lot of pillars that are on the ground, like near the creeks, and they have the steel plates on top of them, like manholes, and they have stairs that go on the ground. Uh, there is a lot of that in Elms Grove. That there's stairs that go into the ground itself to the sewers. So if there was something that was within the cryptid, you see the cryptid hunters, they searched all this places on top of the ground. Has anybody searched? Just my advice to the cryptid researchers, just of what I seen. There, I remember I encountered this being. I would always hear somebody running towards me, and they would stop by the edge of the woods. But one day, I had passed that section, and I didn't hear them running towards me, and I felt something behind me. And when I turned around, I seen it coming out of the woods. It was very long, uh, low to the ground, muscular, They had like little bit of fur on it, and you could see like black dots on it, human-like, but the face was weird. The ears were pointy. It had black, no, no eardrums, but black. It looked like how a speaker would look, like the little thing for the speakers, but it was black sticking out here. Its eyes were white, uh, and it would just his nose was upward, kind of like a vampire or something in nature, upward. It kind of reminded me like either an Nosferatu or a giant elf or something, but it was massive. And he just kept on turning his head like this in the middle of the path there in Elm's Grove. And I wasn't moving because it was huge. So I'm standing still, and he's looking at me. I felt it send like a signal my way, like a sonar of some sort, that when it hit me with it, it felt like the world flips upside down. And when it flipped upside down, I felt myself like I was falling, but I caught myself from not hitting the floor. So I kind of was like in a center position because I almost fell to the ground, but I didn't fall. So it's still looking at me. And in my mind, I imagine it running towards me. So I'm still standing, but then I see it and it's looking the other way. It's looking the other way, and then it turns back and it goes to the other side of the path. I went around. It took me a while before I left that area. But when I went around to look, there was one of those manholes with a big steel plate around it, moved to the side, like it went in through there. So for you cryptid hunters that are searching for answers, I believe that they're like here in Central Texas. I believe that's where they reside is in the sewers, in the tunnel systems that are under our streets, the sewers. I believe that's where they might reside if it's a big if there is something that's man-made through government experiment, or if it's something that might be some inbreeding of some sort, that is living underground. That if it's something in the flesh, it's living underground. But for something to have that ability to make you feel like the world is flips and upside down, sending a wave like that, it makes you wonder if it's even encrypted at all. That it's sending a sonar that way to affect your, like it's vibrating in a different frequency, you know. And I never went to investigate in the sewers. I wanted to, but I never did. I said if I go there by myself, I probably won't make it out of there by myself. If I will go with a group of people, and I will make sure that those people will be armed because there is other things that might be living down there. Wildcats, wolves. Uh, I mean coyotes. You might never know what's in the sewers or in underneath the manholes. Two little girls try to kill their friend. They said Slender Man told them to do it. I think Slender Man was man-made. It was a man-made being, but what happens, brothers and sisters, when people start believing in something that could be man-made? Well, demons take that manifestation of the Slender Man because people are already believing in it, even though it was man-made, right? If it sees it that it can use Slender Man to its advantage to deceive people, it will. He says two little girls try to kill their friend. It says Slender Man told them to do. Slender Man is a man-made thing. It wasn't Slender Man. It was a the demon that told them to kill their friend. I hope they didn't do it. Your food's in the microwave, son. Okay, I want to know that one thing. Who's gonna be the one that's gonna want to come live here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters and share a tale for the folks? It's an open mic night, so I can keep on going. I'm like the energizer bunny. I can keep on going. But if somebody has a story to say and you want to come on live, let me know. I think all you got to do is, I don't know, if whoever's on my friends list. I see a lot of different people here. How's everybody doing? Yeah, interdimensional beings. There is such things as that. Yeah, I do want overbuilt automotive. I know there was somebody here yesterday that wanted to share their story, and I told them that's why I got open mic night tonight. Uh, I don't know who's my friends on Facebook, if they have Messenger, but if anybody that's here that's on my friends list on Facebook want to share a story, I can send you the link through here so you can join and share the story if you like. Remember, sharing is caring, guys. I'm trying to make it nobody's gonna judge you for what you say here or anything like that. Sometimes you have to let go of the things that you're holding within yourself in order for you to free yourself from bondage. You have to let go of those things and let it out, or else it's going to continue to ride on you, right? But sharing is caring. Yeah, there's ghosts that come from like cemeteries and stuff like that. When I lived in Elms, not in Elms Grove, in what was it called, Acorn Creek. When I had a home in Acorn Creek when I was in the military, I seen this house get built from the ground up, and behind me there was just a barbed wire fence and nothing but woods. I lived in the edge of Killeen. I was in the army. I was a sergeant. I had my house, 5106 Acorn Creek. You know, uh, what I started noticing, because I seen it get built from the ground up. You know, I noticed a couple of things right off the bat. What I noticed is in my chimney, I could always hear like a baby crying in my chimney. I'm like, what is that noise? It sounded like a baby crying. I say, okay, maybe it's a cat. But it always sounded in my chimney, a baby crying. I said, okay, just my imagination. Next thing that started things were happening is lights flickering and the doorbell ringing all the time. So I said, okay, it's gotta be maybe an electrical problem where some wires are not making good contact that is causing the flickering and the doorbell to ring. So I left it at that, right? Still busy being in the army. Then the other things I started witnessing uh was in the backyard. I could see or hear somebody whistling in the woods. And the whistle I recognized it was for somebody I knew from the past coming from inside the woods. And I was like, man, how can they be in there? It's like deep in the woods. And another thing that I witnessed was a woman in white, and she had black hair, that she had a dress on. She would walk through the woods. There was a ravine, right, a gutter where the water would go. I would literally see her walk through the barbed wire fence when it would be raining. and she'll walk right in between my house. I had two big windows, and I could see her. And then when I would look to see where she would go, she would disappear. Other thing that I would hear, oh, that my nephews would see, because I let my sister stay with me. I was on the second floor. It was a two-story house. At nighttime, they said that they would hear tapping on the window. It was like they'll hear tapping on the window. When they would look, there'll be a little boy and a little girl floating in the air, telling them to come outside and play. So they would take off running from upstairs, come and tell me that there's some little boy and little girl knocking on the window. I'll go up there, I don't see nobody. But that was happening. Another thing that was happening in my bedroom, I could be asleep and I could see somebody standing in my room. I would get up to turn on the light. There'll be nobody there. It would happen every night. It seemed like there was either a woman or a girl standing in my room where the silhouette would be right beside me. So I said, okay, what's going on here? So I started asking some of the neighbors if they have any kind of activity. Someone said that they have faulty lights. The same thing that was happening to me was happening to them. Certain lights. Some say that they were see uh, like people, but they look like shadows around their homes and stuff like that. Just in the immediate neighborhood. Uh, so I said, okay, this is too much activity. I need to find out where it's coming from. So I decided to go into the woods where I seen the woman across through there, and I walked into the woods to investigate. So I'm going to investigate, and I see like a pond of water back there. There's like a pond. So I pass the pond and I keep on walking, and I find a grave site, an old grave site in the woods, in which that would explain of all the activity that was happening at my house. So I'm laying down in my bed as I have company over. My cousins came over. I have my light on. I'm laying down, taking a nap, and I see this. Remember, I told you I see a shadow in my room. She came through the window. I'm like in sleep paralysis, kind of like sleep paralysis, right? I'm able to see her come through my window. She's crawling on my bed. And her mouth is open. Her eyes are rolled back white. Like it looked like she drowned. And as she comes behind me, she goes like that, like she scratches my back. And I wake up and I'm like, man, that was a crazy, but like that's a crazy pesadilla, nightmare. So I get up and I go to the kitchen to drink some water because I was kind of spooked of what I witnessed. So as I'm drinking, getting some water and I'm drinking water because I go in there with my shirt with my shirt off. My cousin tells me, "Hey, what happened to your back?" It's like, "What do you mean, cuz?" So you got a big scratch down the center of your back. It's like three three scratches right down the center on my spine, a long scratch. And I want to go look in the mirror. And it's like, oh man, I guess what I seen really wasn't a dream. It was my spirit seen something in spirit, and it attacked me. So it's kind of like after that, I couldn't. It's like, you know what, this is enough. Uh, there was one time where I was sitting in my living room. I see my sister walking from the upstairs and passes right beside me. She's looking at me and she got a little smile on her face. She didn't say nothing to me. And she goes into the kitchen. She turns on the light. I could hear the frying pan moving. It's like, oh man, I guess my sister's gonna cook some breakfast, something to eat. So I'm there and I get up and say, hey sis, I go walking toward the kitchen. What are you gonna make to eat? I see a glass that's elevated like this and it falls and breaks, but my sister's not there. And it's like, oh, maybe she went back outside. I had a sliding door. I thought maybe she went outside to smoke a cigarette. So I opened the sliding door, turn on the light. Hey, sis, what are you gonna make to eat? And it's like nobody's out there. I walk around, look to the outside. I don't see my sister. So I close the door, lock it, shut off the light. So I'm like, where did she go? Um, so I went upstairs. I go open up her door, and I said, "Hey, sis, are you there? Are you gonna make something to eat?" And I just hear, "Hey, what's the matter? Like something to eat? No, I'm not gonna make nothing to eat." So and you could tell she was sleeping. So whatever I seen manifested to look like my sister. Like I said, there's a lot of shapeshifter skinwalkers there in Central Texas, and that was it for me there. I said, okay, I'm moving from this location, so you can have your house back. I don't want it. You sell it to somebody else. Uh, I'm moving. So I moved. Guess where? Elms Grove. I bought me a mobile home, and I said, okay, this is a nice park here. There's a swimming pool. It's a nice location for a child for me to raise a child, and it was a nightmare. Or not live. It's not. It's like living in a nightmare. And and the name of it, uh, Elms Grove, is the kicker of all that. The name of it, Elms Grove. I think Elms Grove. It was like the name that they had on that movie, Freddy Cougar, something Grove or something like that. I don't remember. I can't remember, but that's the name of that place. Oh, they still show themselves to me. They make noises. Sometimes banging sounds, growling sounds. I haven't seen them like in shadow form as of late, because when I go out there, I do the sign of the cross, protect myself. Elm Street, yeah. Well, I lived in Elms Grove. Welcome back, Sister Nelly. It's open mic night for whoever wants to share a story here to the viewers. Anybody want to share a story? I normally send the link through Messenger. Anybody has something to say to the viewers here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters? You're welcome. Sleep paralysis. The last time I had sleep paralysis was it happened here when I first moved in. Uh, I'm laying in bed. I could see the room, and I see this woman. She's wearing like a nightgown, and she's wearing slippers, and she's going around the bed, touching me. I could feel her touching my body with her fingers. And as soon as I'm gonna wake up, I'm awake and I'm wide awake, and I'm laying in the bed. It's like, oh, it was just a dream. And somebody whispered in my ear, and they said, "Leave now." It sounded like an old woman. It whispered in my ear, said, "Leave now." So I got up. And, I didn't know what was going on, so I went outside. It's like, what just happened? So I seen the neighbor across the street, and I said hi to her, and I just introduced myself, and she was saying she was having activity at her house, where she said that there was a man that would be looking through the window on the front of her home every day. It would be right there looking through the window that they could see the man. And I told her that I'll do cleansings and stuff like that. So I got my holy water and I went to her house. I blessed her home and I cleansed her home. So after I cleansed her home, so it should be clear. And so this man's been coming here for a long time. This unclean spirit. So yes, he always stands here by the doorway and all this, right? And I did see movement that it went into the garage, and what I found in their garage was a big giant mirror. So I placed crosses on that mirror because they can go into mirrors also. So I placed some heavenly crosses on the mirrors. Uh, and so, what kind of activity? How long you been living here? And she told me she'd been here for about 12, 15 years. I said, "Do you know anything? You know anything about that house?" I said, "Yes." So I knew who lived there before. And then she was telling me how the house looked, and I told him about the studio or the room where I stay at. I said, "Yes." The owner of the house, she passed away, and she said she passed away in that room. That's where she died. That she was a very sick woman, and that's where she passed away. So okay, well, thank you for letting me know. So I came to my house, and I started placing heavenly crosses all around the house, around the room, and I told the spirit of that woman that she can't be here no more. She needs to leave. Right. That's the last time I had a sleep paralysis. Was that time? But ever since this eclipse happened, something surfaced up to look like her. I was sitting down on the couch after I made a live video with my dog Rebel, and I had dozed off. When I wake up, I see a woman like this, like she's frozen like this. She's wearing a gown. She can't move. And when I wake up, she fades out. Uh, I did have my protection minerals on me. Who she was, I don't know, but I know it was a spirit of somebody. So I said, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. You're not welcome here. You're welcome, image. Mental disorders and demonic possessions, it's the same. Spiritual openings. Even you can go far as talking about retardation. I knew this. My this man that owned a store. His name was Don Benjamin. He was a World War II vet, and he owned a store. And I would go to his store. Sometimes I would cut his grass. He had a son that had Down syndrome. We call him Nanai. It's like he was already older, and his nickname was Pato, Duck, right? So he'd be walking around, like kind of like Donald Duck, the way he walked around, and he wore this little hat. And every time he seen you, like he'd be like, "Hey, hey," he go, and he start laughing. So every time he would see me, he would go like, "Hey, hey," and make the sound with his tongue. There was times where he would be like that, like real friendly, and like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?" And he'd be like pointing with a toy that he's got there. He had like a beside the store, he had a lot of toys and junk, and he always had carrying stuff with him. But then there was times where I could see there was being infiltrated by demons, where he wasn't acting like an eye. he would go into how should I say, a rage where I knew it was in him that something had was using him to act very mean and different because I knew how the night was, so I could see the other side of him. Yes, weaknesses like that can be spiritual openings. Weakness of mental disorders can be a spiritual opening. Not just mental disorders. Uh, Worrying too much can be a spiritual opening. When you worry too much, you're thinking about too many things. You're not supposed to worry because worrying is a sin. But worrying can be a spiritual opening. Um, when you worry and you worry, sometimes we worry about things that we have no control over, or we go so over worrying over things that it's not as difficult as we thinking it is. But that could be spiritual openings, So just the only thing you got to do is breathe in, breathe out, and relax. And everything that's going to happen is going to happen, and just go with the flow of things. But yes, mental disorders can come in many ways, shapes, or forms. Uh, some can come from, you got people that have, what do you call it? They said they're, what's the word that I'm thinking of? Bipolar. That's like a mental disorder of some sort, right? By being bipolar. And they're so used to being that way that the parents will say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My son is just bipolar. He gets that way." To me, I believe anybody can break a way they are. You know, the doctors always want to give people medications to control all that. But if they're raised to believe that they're bipolar, well, guess what? They're going to think they're bipolar. They're going to continue to do the same thing. They're just going to follow suit of what they do. And to them, it becomes normal of being bipolar. Schizophrenic, that's another one. All these things are spiritual openings. Schizophrenia, all seeing demons, uh, could be a mental disorder. Could be a mental disorder if you got no proof. But if you got proof through pictures and videos that these things exist, then is it really a mental disorder? Or are people going to say, there's always an excuse. Oh, that's mass hallucination. It's really nothing in that picture. It's just mass hallucination that all the viewers are seeing these things in that picture, but it's a form of mass hallucination. No, they're saying that because even they see what's in the pictures, right? But they don't want to accept that that's in the picture because if they accept that this DDN are in the pictures, that it only means one thing, that Jesus Christ and God exist and we are his children. And that's why a lot of people want to make excuses for things. But I'm just being honest. Seeing demons could be a spiritual gift that you're born that way to be able to see these things. At the same time, if you're being spiritually targeted, like I've been since I was 3 years old, it's kind of like I've had a hit for a very long time, in which it still continues to happen, where witches and warlocks come up after me. Uh, it just becomes normal to me. But if I can capture it on the camera and show y'all, hey, look at here. You seen somewhere I got where it's blinking its eyes and it's got its mouth open and it's showing its uh disembodied teeth. I'm capturing these things out there because they're around us as spirit. Melissa Brunero, the way I walked was like a duck. Guess it. So Yeah, and scary, man. When I was growing up, a kid, there was this man with a mental disorder. He was born this way. I was coming from elementary. He'll be standing in front of his door, butt naked, see everything. At the same time as I could see him butt naked, I could see all the demons in him too that were making him do that. So that's a scary part. When I was able to see the demons moving in him and they're showing themselves to me through him that I could see. But at that time, no. As you grow, you grow and you learn how to fight spiritually. So if I knew the knowledge that I have now, I wouldn't know exactly what to do to free them from the bondage that they had. But you got to remember one thing: what if uh, he had a generational curse afflicting him? So I believe the lady at that house, where the man lived, or her son, that she was a witch, a dark witch, and I believe that's why he was being demonized. Now, if she's trying to buy more time, she's going to send it to a family member, and he was a family member she was using to send the demons his direction. I don't know whatever happened to him. Said I left the Rio Grande Valley a long time ago. Seeing demons. And let's talk about things spiritually. No, seeing demons, if it's back. How about this? Let's look at Jesus Christ. Look at all the things he did. He casted a lot of demons throughout the Bible, right? So, do you think that Jesus Christ was imagining demons? That the people that he was casting the demons out of were people that were imagining the demons possessing them? Or was it that Jesus Christ was really, they identified themselves to him as a legion and he casted out the demon out of them because he knew that he was working through a law foundation and he casted the demons out of those individuals. All throughout the Bible, there's numerous stories where he casted a lot of demons out of a lot of people. So does that make him bad? Like to say for the doctors of nowadays or the scientists and the people that believe in scientifically or medically, uh, does that make him say, well, maybe he didn't have these abilities, just to make an excuse so they could continue to believe in their traits, right? Medical or scientific. But but we know that it happened because there's so many different texts biblically that he did those works to a lot of people. That's what he was known for, casting out demons. Not just casting out demons, making miracles happen, feeding people, uh, healing people, bringing people from the dead. Am I right? So it's some people they're not allowed to believe in the spiritual aspect of it because of their traits of what they practice. I'll give you an example. I'll share a story with you. Man, y'all got me going tonight. The first experience I had with a demon happened in Tamaulipas, Reynosa in Mexico. Uh, my brother was sick. This is in when I was three. I'm saying 3 or 4, 3 years old. I'm from 69, 70, 72. See, 72. And my brother is 2 years older than me. So my brother had at the time, I think there was like a yellow fever happening, in which my brother had that fever. And he had a lot of high fevers that the doctors were telling my mother that he was going to die because there were too many high fevers. So my brother was hallucinating because of the high fevers. That's a good one right there. That's one somebody forgot to say or mention. High fevers during the yellow fever times. He was having so high with fevers that it was hallucinating. He was looking to the ground, seeing snakes and spiders. He would jump on tables, jump on the chairs, and if he falls on the ground, he's turning around because he's seeing the snakes and spiders because of the high fevers. The doctors from the USA they couldn't do nothing for him, so there was a medicine woman from Mexico, from Reynosa, Reynosa, that said that she could heal him, but if she healed him, that I would have to stay with her for a while because we were poor. So I remember going in this green Impala with my aunt driving. My mother was in the front seat. And it was me and my brother. He had the fevers even then. So we're driving. We go into Reynosa and the adobe bricks. The cars bouncing. 'Cause the floors were at that time they were like brick like. I remember going to the house of the curandera, medicine woman. We go in there. There's two rooms. We go to the next room, and not even we did enter the room too much, and she was already waiting for my brother. So my brother's there. My brother had like a limp, like his arm was hurt, his leg was hurt, because he would fall all the time because he was seeing the snakes and spiders. He was in the hospital for a while, but they couldn't do nothing for him, right? So she sees him and she grabs this egg. She's got this egg, starts going like this over him and praying over him, and she's doing her spiritual thing with the egg. Next thing you know, she cracks the egg. When she cracks the egg, I see a black baby chick come out of it. He's got a broken leg and a broken wing. But then when I look at my brother's normal. His arm is good and his leg is good. She tells um my my mother the name of the person that did the wrong to my brother. She said there was a woman, a bruja, a dark witch, a dark gran bruja that did the wrong to my brother. That she was going to send it back to her, the maldad to her, and what she did. So I see my brother and my mother leave that day. Right? They left because the deal's a deal, right? So I was there in that room where she would do her works. There was a it was made out of dirt. Her floors, the floor was dirt. There was a hole in the ground where she had a fire. She had a little altar where she would put her patients on that would come in. They were being spiritually, I guess, there some of them were sick, some were being spiritually attacked through hexes and stuff like that, through witchcraft. So I was like her spiritual eyes. I was still a kid, so I could see things spiritually, in which I got open up to that. Where the first time I seen you say something demonic was Anne. Uh, I seen her do a lot of things. She was healing people where she was pulling out snakes and scorpions out of people's head. pieces of barbed wire, pieces of glass. But the most spiritual thing I seen her do was when I seen her spirit go into a man that was very sick. I seen her like her aura of her spirit go into the person's body. Next thing I know, I seen a dark shadow standing by the wall, demonic, beastly. Then I seen another one come out. So there's two. And if she's doing this, then there's two more that come out of this man. There was four of them that had this man sick. So there were different sizes, not all were the same. And I seen them walking out of the hut. And she was looking at me and she would ask me, Se fueron, se fueron. Are they gone? Are they gone? And I would just point to her. Then I go like this, I was 3 years old. I go like this. And she would just give me a smile when I told her that that will leave. So with her and then me being her spiritual eyes, we healed a lot of people. That was the first time that that I seen something demonic. So what happened, you know, after that was one evening I'm there and I hear her arguing with somebody. She's arguing with somebody on the front. She's in the front main door and she's blocking it. And there she's arguing with somebody. So I get up from a little bit that's in the room. She had it pretty well barricaded that house. There was no windows, nothing. Uh, the hut. So I go over there to where she's arguing with somebody, and what I seen was this. This says nighttime. I seen like six women dressed in black, and I seen what we call lechuzas. And some people call harpies, but we call them lechuzas in Spanish. There was like six of them on the tree, and they were making a noise with their claws, and the witches are mad with her. They're mad with her they're mad with her because she helped my brother, and they're mad with her because when she sent the seventh time full back to the dark witch, she died. So they're pissed off, and they tell her, if you want to make this right, in Spanish, dano, dánolos, dánolos, like give them to us, because they knew I was a brother of who she helped, and they wanted her to give me up to them. It said, if you give them up to us, we'll leave you alone. There's another way that Sterling gets his superior folks. Hmm? So she said, no, you're not taking them. And I told him I wasn't afraid of them. Not afraid. I was small, but I could speak. Not afraid. I told the witches, and they all got pissed off. So I stood right there beside her, and I never left her side. I was ready. I was a little kid, but I was ready to fight. But I could sense like the Holy Spirit and the angels around me, and they couldn't come in the house. You know, so we fought for like about 2 3 hours like that, and then they left. Before the sun rose, they left. Yeah, they wanted to take me. So I remember going to an outdoor restroom, and I came out of the outdoor restroom, out of house, and I heard somebody calling my name. It was a woman, and I'm looking at her, and I'm not trusting nobody because of what I've witnessed. So I'm looking at this woman, and this woman's telling me, soy yo," and I can't recognize her. Like I said, I don't know how long I was there. I don't remember how long I was there. All I know is I like eating corn tortillas and refried beans. That's all I remember. Eating a lot of corn tortillas and refried beans. Uh, she came and she like, it's me, it's your mother. You know, it was my mom. Uh, I think I had grown. I don't know. I don't remember. You know how long I was there. Uh, and we talked to the curandera, and she said she was there to pick me up. That a deal was a deal, and she's like, he, uh, he can stay with me. I'll take care of him and all this, and my mom, oh, I want him to come home with me and all this, right? So she just said he's very gifted. It's very spiritually gifted. She was crying, gave me a hug, and I gave her a hug back, and that's when they brought me back to the States. But those witches didn't give up. In a wish, they all came to my house when I had barely come back to the States. They came to our house, and they were in the trees, and they were by our house. Uh, my mom was scared. They were making. My mom didn't know. I never got to say the story to my mom ever. You know what happened over there. So they came, and they were coming for me again because that because I helped her out. And she helped out my family, so they came in numbers, and you hear them in the lechuza form, the harpy form, where they're scratching their talons, and they'll be like they're whispering. Then they don't make no sound, and you're like, I think they're gone, mom. And then next thing you know, you hear them laughing outside. They're laughing, and then it's like my mom's got us all in a little circle, and she's praying. Then you hear boom, 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 banging on the windows all around the house. Boom, 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 boom. Uh, you're standing our house was on pillars. You hear banging underneath your feet. Boom, boom, boom. You move to a different location of the house. Boom, boom, boom. Like they're following you, like they know where you're at. And then you hear children laughing outside, running around the house, laughing, in which we know that those are demons because they're summoning demons. Then you hear running on top of the roof. The dishes start elevating by themselves in the kitchen and flying. My mom's scared, and we're just praying and praying. We got tormented by them for many years in this form till I finally said, you know what, enough is enough. I was like 9 years old or 10 when I made a spiritual stance against them, and I went out there and I seen them on the trees. I said, I'm not afraid of y'all. I never have. So I'm just here to protect my brother and sisters, and I want y'all to leave. I was hitting them with big rocks. I was a pitcher for Little League. I would hit them hard. You hear the thump and the echo, like hollow, where you're hitting them, but they wouldn't fly off. I think my grandmother, because she lived right beside us, she came outside to find out what was going on, and she seen me fighting with the lechuzas, with the witches. My grandmother went around me, and she said something to them. I don't know what she said. All I know is that they flew away, and that was kind of like the last time that we ever had the problem with them anymore. You see, but there's a problem with that. You know how I told you that they said the name of the witch, which was Maria. My grandmother's name was Maria. Oh, angels show themselves too now. uh, the like button. I'll share a story how the angels surfaced up and they showed themselves, or they show themselves. See, it's just at the time when you're that young and you're growing spiritually that you don't know to call upon Jesus Christ at the time because there's so many things happening at once. Because there's people with fear that they take advantage of the people that have fear. Oh, but the things that I know now, I fight spiritually. I made it a mission to fight spiritually, to do the good deeds and fight spiritually against them. That's what I do. I've lost people in my life due to the balance. Lost my mother due to the balance. So I made it a mission to continue to fight through Jesus Christ. And that's why I do this. Uh, the medicine woman, man, I've heard some stories, but I don't know they're true or not. All I heard, I don't know if it was a medicine woman or who it was, but I heard a story where that I guess she passed away, but when she passed away and they found her, that she had no that she had no blood in her body. That's what I hear. Whether it's true or not, I do not know. It was a story that I heard later on because she was old already. This woman, she was a medicine woman in the times of Pancho Villa. She wore a patch on her eye and was missing an eye. Oh, was missing an eye. She wore the bullets. She was dressed in white. Very strong medicine woman. But I heard something happened in that nature where they found her dead. That she was missing blood in her body. The blood in her body was gone. Some people say that the lechuzas finally got a hold of her. They drained drained her blood. I don't know. That she had marks all over her body. Whether it's true or not, I just heard it through people. You know, because I wasn't living in Mexico. I was already in the states. Whether it's true or not, I don't know if that happened or not. But that's what I heard. When people say that the angels don't show themselves up, you're mistakenly wrong. They do show themselves up. That angel could be a complete stranger talking to you, giving you some wisdom and advice. It could be the angel that's giving you wisdom and advice because he knows something that you're to face or something that's to come. But I'm going to share a story with you right now. Let me listen to some of these comments. I hope y'all enjoying the stories here that I'm saying to y'all. And where was she from, Sister Delina? Your Partera. Where is she located at? Where's your origins from? Your grandma, your great grandmother. It's, I'm going to share a story with you where the angels surfaced up, so you could understand that the Heavenly Father angels are around us. So the witches continued. Witches and warlocks continued to come after me because the Gran Bruja that came after me. Was in seventh grade, coming off a track practice. There was a little store called, well, medicine store called Watson's, and they had a water fountain in there, and I was thirsty, so I went through the back door, and I was drinking water. So I said, okay, I'm going to cut through the aisles and go out the front door, and go walking on the main road down the center of the town. So as I was walking through the aisle, this lady appeared in front of me. Like she came from the aisle and stood right in front of me. kind of like she was following me or something. She looked at me and she said, "Are you the son of so and so?" I said, "I was, taught to be respectful to my elders." And said, "Yes, ma'am, that's my mother and my father." And then she just pulled out this amulet. It was black, hanging. It had like chicken feet, feathers, and bones on it. She's looking at me, and the way she's looking at me with her eyes like this, she's chanting something in a different language. It's not English or Spanish. And I knew that spiritually that she's trying to do something to me. So what I do, I start saying the Our Father, start saying the Our Father, then I start praying for the Heavenly Father to help me, that I was through the spiritual warfare that I'm going through. When that happens, through my peripheral vision, when I pray to God to send his angels to protect me, that's exactly what I seen behind me. Golden aura angels you could see the form of human, how they looked with like a golden orb around them. You could see their wings and everything, like golden wings. They were standing behind me. There was a lot of them. You should have seen her face when she seen them because I could see them. Her face, eyes open even bigger. They opened so big when she seen them that she dropped her amulet. The amulet shattered on the ground and she took off running, scared, took off running. And when she took off running, then through my parallel vision, the angels were gone. And I was able to go out the front door. I didn't even see her on the street or nothing. I don't know where she went to. And I just walked home. But yeah, angels are around. You have to pray, call upon them. You have to have faith. It's kind of like the Heavenly Father told me once this when I was in the army. He said, I want you to tell your brother something. His voice sounding like thunder and lightning, like Mother Nature will sound. Very strong, like the strongest storms. It's what he told me. Tell your brothers and sisters, how do they expect me to help them if they keep their doors and windows closed that I can come in and help them? Tell them that. How do they expect me to help them or heal them if they don't let me in? And if you think about it, there is a lot of people like that are boxed up, that they don't want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Some have too much pride, or some people are believing in other things. Uh, but that's what he told me. Tell them how to expect me to help them if they're not praying to me, or if they're not letting me in. And it's true. I mean, how do people want to be healed if they don't let them in? He just expect, all you have to do is have the relationship with them to understand where I'm coming from my point of view, right? I've been believing in Jesus Christ all my life, so to me is the things that I say are spiritual, real, spiritual truth through Jesus Christ. The battles that I've been in it have been many, and I'm not even naming all the battles that I've been through spiritually. It's been many witches, warlocks, people that do the voodoo, uh, demons, you name it. When I was in the army, the Chen, I faced the Jin over there. So I'm spiritually tested through Jesus Christ. I'm a Tim Allah Foundation. I know not to give them any belief through any kind of openings. That's how I'm here speaking about it. Yes, I was a Sergeant E5. That was the highest rank I could get in because I was facing a lot of things. I got in sick, and I couldn't do my job anymore as a tanker. But I got an honorable discharge. I finished my time that I was supposed to. I just got ill, in which all that has to do with the spiritual bat, spiritual battle. But there was something that God told me. This is what He told me when I was in the tank. After He told me to speak to your brothers and sisters, He told me you don't have to be on tanks no more. It's what He told me. He said, then it was then, but now you don't have to be on tanks no more. And I was like, how? I just re-enlisted, you know. And then He says, where's your faith? I left it at that. Yeah, I said, He's right. Where's my faith, right? So, and I said, sorry, Heavenly Father, for doubting you. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I go to sleep. The thing is, this is what happens at night when He told me all these things. You know, before that, something was calling my name, and that's when before He was trying to get in contact with me spiritually. He spoke to me, so I went to sleep. Right when I woke up, I had no feeling on my left side, no control on my left side. I could not lift my arm, move my leg, or nothing. So people out there thought I was faking it. So they had to take me in the ambulance to the hospital. They wanted to find out if I had a heart attack or a stroke or something. They did all these tests and they couldn't find nothing on me. So I was supposed to go back to the field and I was waiting in the front so they can take me out, even though I couldn't feel my left side of my body. There was this woman that sat down beside me and she said, ¿Qué te pasa, mijo? The way she said it, it's like the way my mother would speak to me. And I told her what was happening to me. And she's like, ven conmigo. She went back in the hospital. I followed her. She took me to a room in the very back and said, sign this paperwork here. I fill out this paperwork. And he said, go over there to the computer and fill out that thing over there. Because, she found out that I was in Operation Desert Storm and stuff like that. Then there was two neurologists there that did some tests on me, and they diagnosed me with epilepsy. With epilepsy, in which, remember when I told you that God said, "Where's your faith?" Because of the epilepsy, I was given this profile that the army say is called a dead man's profile, in which it means that I cannot do no physical activity. I cannot be on tanks anymore, wear no helmets, or do anything like that because of my condition. That was the last time I stepped on tanks. So the last 2 years in the military, I was just doing a lot of different details, CQs, staff duties, wherever they needed me, I would go. You know, but I never stepped foot back on a tank again. Jesus, the Heavenly Father told me I didn't have to be there no more. I said, "How is it? How is this going to happen?" He puts people in place for a reason. I never stepped back on a tank. Finished my time, and I got out with honorable discharge. Yes, the condition is controlled. The condition that I got it from an accident in California in '91, where I flew out of a tank. I flew out of the tank and we went to a wadi, and I hit my head on the breach. I got knocked out. I got air medevac to the hospital. So I guess you could say, in a sense of a way, everything happens for a reason. God knows how everything is planned out in our lives. So everything happens for a reason. But yes, I take medicine in its control. As you see me, I'm talking to you very clearly here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm just letting you know that He exists. He's been there for me, and I'm sharing my stories with you. Yes, Love Foundation. Love Foundation is the key. So here I am, probably late right now, 3:22 in the morning. We've been going strong since before 12, and I got 25 likes. Wow. 21 viewers. That's awesome. But yeah, 10 years. But yes, the condition that I have, it's controlled, and that's one of the reasons these things they're mad because I've been blessed many times to come back. When God blesses you, He when He blessing you, He's healing you, right? He blesses you, He's healing you. So what does that mean? If He's blessing you and healing you, that means that they have no jurisdiction over you. That God is control over you. So that's why the DDN, the demonic forces that come here are pissed off because I'm here for a reason. And the Heavenly Father has to do a lot where I'm here. If he's blessing me to be here, to be a walking miracle, that's why they're mad. Because they can never make it back into heaven. I've been and I've come back numerous times because of my love foundation, my faith and belief in them, that I'm worthy of coming back because of my faith and belief in Jesus Christ is 100% real. Yes, Sister Delina, the lantern is not good. The lantern, the side effects of the lantern and gabapentin, suicidal. Uh, they used to have me on that for years, but the lantern and gabapentin, and this one they're seeing an opening to attack me even more. This was fighting a lot spiritually. Uh, but they were coming at me. Uh, he had to take a act of God in order for somebody to change my medicines, and that's exactly what happened. I had gone to the neurologist, told him numerous times to get me off those meds, to give me something else, but he wouldn't. It's kind of like he knew what the medicine would do. So I remember that day I was sitting there, and it's the same old thing at the VA. He's like, "How many fingers do like follow my finger?" Then he's like, "How many fingers do you see?" And he's going like this, moving his fingers very rapidly, and like making fun of me, and he's laughing because he kind of like he knows the medicine is messing me up. So then he's like, "Squeeze my fingers," and I go like this, and you know, I don't have strength because of the medicines. And he's like, "You can squeeze harder than that," and I squeeze hard, and that's all I remember. When I came to, his fingers were bent all the way back. He was on his knees, and he was screaming. He was saying, "Let me go, let me go." But I was like waking up from whatever happened to me. Then I looked at him. I said, "Are you gonna help me?" And he's like, "Yes, yes, yes." And I just let go of his fingers. He jumped on the chair, started typing. So I took care of it. You're gonna be on this other medicine, all this stuff. Because I would tell him what was happening to me. He wouldn't believe me. I don't know what happened. I don't know what he's seen. I don't know what happened. All I know, he had to take an act from God in order for that man to be humbled, to be able to change my meds, and which he did from an act from God. And ever since that day that he changed his meds, uh, 2013, I believe, was when it happened, got him better. He's he's in charge of the neurology now. He's the main guy there now. When he was there, when that happened, he was fairly new into there as a new doctor. Now he's in charge, and he sees me, and he's my doctor now, and we just talk. And I was just looking at him, and I was like, "Hey, you were the ones that changed the medicine on me, and that changed me because he was asking me questions. So you're the one that changed the medicine with me. Ever since you changed them, I've been doing a lot better." And you know, he if we wanted to, I'm more than sure he could probably call security or something, but it wasn't nothing that I had bad intentions to him. It just happened the way, I guess I must have had a seizure in his hand because the medicine that he was giving me wasn't working. The Dilantin and gabapentin. But we're good. Me and the doctor, he knows that I'm not a bad person. Uh, and he's cool with me. We just talk. As a matter of fact, he's from India. And I was telling him that when I worked in Austin at the Selectron, uh, I had some that work under me that were from India that own peanut farms. So his eyes opened up and he said, "Hey, well, I own peanut farms over there." So we start talking about peanut farms. He said he owns a lot of peanut farms, but he's never hold that against me. So that's a good thing, I guess. Like I said, I don't know what happened. I guess he must be a man of faith to know things because he has never hold that against me. Like, tell me he's never spoken to me, and I've seen him numerous times. He's never spoken to me of what happened that day, of how his fingers. I just remember holding his fingers. I don't remember how it happened. I just remember squeezing. That's it. It's like I blacked out. I don't remember nothing. But he's nice. He's cool with me. Oh, everything's okay. Thank you, Sister Melissa Brunel, for joining in. I always go live here every night. Uh, I had an open mic night for everyone wanted to join and share a story, but I guess I understand people are shy. Some people don't want to put their information out there, but you know what? Something you have to let it out because if you don't let it out, you're just gonna weigh you down. So you gotta let out whatever's within you. Just like I can talk freely about anything because it's part of life. Yes, all is well, Sister Melissa Burnell. And you have a good night. God bless you. Live light and blessings to you and to everybody that's tuning in here on Spiritually Encrypted Encounters. That's what happens normally here in Spiritually Encrypted Encounters. The conversation can keep on going. I had a master sergeant that he liked me pulling staff duties at the brigades with him. He always volunteered me to be his runner because this is what he would say: "CS, I like you. So why is that, Master Sergeant? Because every time I pull guard with you, the night goes by real fast. I mean, you just keep on talking and talking, and we talk, and by the time you know, it's ready to go home. So he says that 'cause, that's why I do the night shift. I would do a lot of night shift. That I just keep on talk. We keep talking, we keep the conversation going, and next thing you know, the duty is up for the night. You know. Melissa Brunel says, "Wait, what am I supposed to say? I'm sorry, I missed the question, but didn't run." Mhm. Yvonne, she's knows her stuff. Is she Yvonne? No, I was just I seen that you said, "I just hope all is well. Have a good night. Be safe." And I said, "Love, light, and blessings to you." That's what I said, Sister Melissa Brunel. But anyways, I know I've been on for a while, and there's people that need to get some rest. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. As you see, if where's my friend, they know I like to work out. So, yes, when you place your faith in Jesus Christ, He gives you the strength to be able to do workouts. Even though I have a lot of things wrong with me, I'm still be able to do physical activity, no problem, because the Heavenly Father blesses me to be able to do what I do. So I got to stay active, and I don't think about the ailments that I have. You know, it's like I don't give that power. Uh, Sometimes a doctor can tell you. There was a doctor that told me one time, "You got a year to live." I didn't accept the negativity. I said to myself, "I'm going to prove you wrong." I went ballistic on my workouts. I was doing a lot of walking and workouts. And by the time he see me, he looked at the charts and he's like, "I'm going to be honest with you. Keep on doing what you're doing because you reversed everything the way you were going. The way you were going was heart attacks and strokes. What I see now is kind of like you reversed the aging factor." That's what he said. Keep on doing what you're doing. So can't accept any form of negativity to have power over you. Even if a doctor says that you got this or that, don't give it power. You say to yourself, I'm gonna overcome this, I'm gonna defeat this. Positive thinking through Jesus Christ, you can overcome anything. Bless you, Desiree. That's the story of my life. A lot of people telling me you can't do this, you can't do that. Sorry, I don't listen to negativity. I have that mentality. I can do it. I remember when I was a pitcher, I had I struck out everybody that night. I led no scores. You know, I set my mind to do something to do it. We all have the capabilities within us. Just when I face all these things that I face out here, or they try to come, I fight them spiritually with a love foundation. No, this I buy from a friend of mine that he cleanses all the minerals and stuff like that. Uh, his name is Joe Hopes. Uh, you can find him on Facebook. He's got a different. He sells pretty good stuff at a cheap price. Joe Hopes is from what is this group called Moon Crystals. That's his name, but his name is Joe Hopes, and he's got things. He goes lives on Facebook, or he does lives on a different site where it's kind of like an auction. But yes, I buy a lot of stuff from him. uh, and other people. Well, this ones are for protection. Uh, well, all of them protect. Black tourmaline, selenite, warns off negative energies. The selenite brings your guardian angels and angels to you. This is the protection also, the amethyst. Silver chain, silver chain obsidian. I don't know what this one is, but I guess the trolls are coming out tonight now. Oh, that's nothing. You should see all the minerals that I got. I can share a little bit with y'all. I got this other necklace here. Here we go. Something's over this one. Want to do the lives? I get this a lot of agate slices. Uh, I got all kinds of. Look at this, a tabby quartz. Look how big it is. Let me light it up some so y'all can see it better. There we go. I get this from my buddy, another friend of mine. His name is Javi Cardenas. He's got the mineral division. That's what it's called. His site. Javi Cardenas mineral the mineral division. I got this from him. Oh, you know what? I can flip the camera over a little bit. See how I can see some of the stuff I got. Uh, yeah, you just don't know. One day I'll make a video, uh, uh, a video of the minerals that I got. I have so many, you know, that ways behind me, in my room, in the garage. I have a like a closet there. I have boxes that I haven't even opened up yet. Geodes. I got geodes right here. Up here, selenite. Let me see if I can get it. I even got fairy dust, believe it or not. There, I got a thing up there that says fairy dust. There's a certain wooded area that comes from. They call it fairy dust. Oh, that was amethyst, the purple ones that I was showing you. There's a fire quartz tower. Oh man, I have a big collection. Big collection. Look at this sphere. Like I tell everybody, all prizes are negotiable here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. No, I'm just playing. Free forms. Uh, that's just part of the things that I got. Uh, oops. Kambaba Jasper. Cube. And he stands up. You can stand it up. You can stand it up. Uh, big towers. This is like a, what do you call it? Something moon, peach moon with smoky quartz in it. Another tower. Who likes mushrooms? Anybody into mushrooms? Ocean jasper, mushroom. Yeah, I got a lot of minerals. Oh, I have so many minerals. You should see over there. One day I'll do a daytime one. I have spheres, towers, raw minerals, cave minerals. I have a one that has nothing but fluorescent minerals that you hit them with UV light. They're fluorescent. Excuse me. So when I hear people tell me minerals are no good, man, I have a collection of minerals. What are you talking about? I have a collection of minerals, and I'm still here talking to you about Jesus Christ. What are you talking about, man? Oh yeah, I have many, 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 many minerals. So I got some big pieces, some big specimens. Uh, uh, let- I told my wife, so one day I'm gonna start selling. I promise, but it's like I got so many of them. I'll be like, all prices are negotiable here at Spiritual Encrypted Encounter. Since y'all members of Spiritual, I'll give you all a good deal. What is y'all's favorite mineral? Because I got just about all of them. I got a big one here. Watch and get it. big amethyst point. Look how big it is. I like the ones that they come with rainbows sometimes too. I have a lot of them with rainbows. I keep this in my drawer because I don't want it to lose its color. So I keep it in this drawer here below me. It's a big amethyst point. Look at that. Turquoise. How about anybody likes fluorites? I got tiger eyes. This fluorites are pretty cool here. Kind of remind me of scenic quartz, but this is fluorites that are in this bag. How about rutilated quartz? Anybody like rutilated quartz? I'm thinking one day that I'm gonna give to my viewers here some some minerals. I have all kinds of minerals. Bless people with minerals so they could have you know from spiritual encrypted encounters. Palo Santo, uh, selenite wands. The stake for the Nosferatu. No, I'm just playing. It's a selenite wand. Who said who said the light blue? Angel light, light blue. I have a little bolt for that. Some of the I got all kinds of minerals. I think I need to do a show and show off all the minerals that I have here. See, I can see that I'm truly a collector. It's like normally you feel the energy that comes with the mineral. You'll be able to feel the good energy, you know. So for those that are saying that the minerals are evil, they're mistakenly wrong. Uh, yeah, I got them everywhere. I got boxes that I haven't even opened up. But it's saying there, brothers and sisters, I don't want to keep you up a little longer than you need to be. But one day I will make a video and show you, man, I have so many. They're everywhere. But I got places to place them in. Oh yes, definitely different energy, sister. Uh, when I picked up the angel light, I could feel some energy off of it, off of this one. All of them have energies. Uh, the selenite, the fire quartz, you can feel the energy. Citrine, you can feel the energy. Everything I'm wearing, I could feel energy off of it. I touch this one, my hair stand up. Look at that. Okay, it's got energy, like a magnetic energy. Look, my hairs are standing up, touching this. So let me take this off. It's like, see, my hairs are standing up, touching this one. So So let me put that up so my ears won't stand up. So the story of me collecting before I go is I have a short reel where I was climbing a ridge. As I was climbing the ridge, I was out there because when I was in the army, I climbed it before, and there was an amethyst that was underneath there, right? And I wanted to go get the amethyst. So I went there looking for it. I couldn't find it, and my back was against the ridge. Next thing you know, I feel my my wife was down there. She's waving at me, and I'm waving at her. I guess she stopped recording. When she stopped recording, something shoved me from the back, and I started going downwards. I could feel my ankle like it was fixing to break. My knee started to twist, so I dropped my body. At that time, I was weighing like 278 pounds. So I'm bouncing, uh, hitting boulders, and using my elbows, my forearms, my shoulder, everything I can to block from anything hitting my head. So I'm coming down, tumbling down. My body's hitting everything on the way down, you know, till I finally hit a big boulder, and that's where I stopped from falling. My stepson came, helped me out, and we walked the other way down. So I had to walk 2 miles back to my vehicle, but because of that fall, that I got pushed by an unseen force, or what I call the DDN. Ever since then, I was in crushes for about 3 months, and I started collecting. I already had a little collection, but I started even collecting more. I only had a little table with minerals that I had collected, but after that, it's like I started even collecting more. You know, uh, but that's what got me to collect the way I collect right now. Yes, I got citrine somewhere here. Yes, citrine is there's some citrine that people some people created by hitting the amethyst, which that's heat treated. But then there's citrine that's real citrine that's raw, but it's normally like an amethyst that is citrine. But yes, I have real citrine also. But there's some that they heat treated, and that's how they make it. Man, I got 27 likes on the live. Wow, that's awesome. Yes, yes. Uh, I got. Oops. See, I think I might have a. Well, I got this little poem here. Uh, I got this poem. This is like how this one looks, but then it's like this. It looks like a smoky. I do have a lot of palm stones. You put them in your hand. Somebody's trying to come at you in a negative way. Just hold it in your hand, put it in your hand. It relaxes you. It relaxes you from a lot of things. Uh, yeah. Oh, 28 likes. Awesome. Shoot, I guess I might as well show a little bit more. You want to see something cool? This is a moon. I'm just trying to remember the name of this one. Moss agate, green moss agate. Let me see if I can light it up a little bit more so I can see it better. I think it's as much as it's going to light up right there. Yeah, and it's got Jersey in it. Look, see the Jersey pocket? I'm dropping everything in here. Uh, uh, it's from a cave. Good night, cousin Jessica Baha. Thank you for being here. I'm fixing to call it a night myself in a moment. I'm just sharing a couple of more minerals. This is from a cave calcite. Blue calcite. Sphere. But it's saying that, brothers and sisters, I hope y'all enjoyed tonight's live. Uh, I know I get excited when I start talking about the minerals that I have. It brings joy to me because it's something that I love to do. And like I said, like Sister Nelly says, they have energy. It could change your mood from you having a bad day, from having a bad day to a good mood. From a bad mood to a good mood. Uh, they have those energy properties. Uh, Rose quartz, labradorite, citrine, amethyst, smoky quartz, regular quartz. Uh, I got so many different kinds. But in saying that, I want to say thank y'all, Sister Nellie Turner, uh, Sister Delina. I think I'm gonna make Sister Delina. See, you. Yeah, that was a moon one. But hope everybody had a good early morning. I know for those that have problems sleeping, you all ever get you can't sleep, you want to stay awake without watching a movie or anything. Come join Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. We're wide awake late at night here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. In saying that, thank you to all the viewers, to all the new viewers. Thank y'all for joining here tonight. I try to go make a live every night. Thank you. God bless you. And maybe somebody, if y'all wanna do a live or speak, you're more than welcome to send me a friend request through Facebook under Ape Cias, and I can always add you as a guest on the show so you can share your story if anybody's interested in sharing their stories or experiences of what they've been through spiritually or whatever the case might be. Oh, yeah, coffee. Thank you guys, gals, brothers and sisters. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed morning. So I guess we went to sleep with the night owls, and we're waking up with the roosters here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. In saying that, thank you all, everybody. God bless y'all, and y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Peace, everybody.